Yes, it's coming.
Oh, okay.
It's home. It's coming.
I will drop her button, and once he gets chips, we'll start.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to High Stakes Friday. We are playing 25, 25, 50 with a $50 big blind Annie. So that means that there is $150 dead in every pot. I am JG De La Garza, your resident commentator here on Fridays. I have a balanced strategy in my poker game, but most importantly for you guys, I have a balanced strategy in my commentary game. So if these players are doing a lot of talking, then I will stay quiet. But if they are quiet, I will mute. I will break down a lot of poker hands. That's what I meant to say. Here are the chip counts.
And at the very end of the game, we did a $1,000 PLO flip.
Okay, yeah.
I remember that.
Wait, was I there? Are you sure I was there?
Positive.
Yes.
You stayed out of it.
You were sitting in seat 3 or 4, or 2 or 3. You were sitting right here in one of these two.
We have a pretty sick game today. We got Wing in seat number 1,
Shame.
Action Player, seat number 2, the Accountant, good friend of Live at the Bike, Nikolai, seat number 2. The Accountant loves to bring the action too. Me and him text, almost every day, and he likes taking souls here and crushing opponents. We got Sammy in seat number 8. Sammy is traveling. He's going to be rocking with us for the next 3 months.
No, not you personally, but I'm saying.
Seat number 9 is Charlie Wilmoth, commentator here on Live at the Bike. Charlie is a very good player. I'm a big fan of his. I'm lucky enough to send him some hand histories. Even when I punt hands, he never makes me feel bad. So shout out to Charlie. Seat number 6, the one and only Andy Stacks Poker, GG Sponsor Pro. He made his welcome back show last Friday on High Stakes Friday. And seat number 4, Brandon. He is an ex-college athlete, pole vaulting. He now is a jazz singer. Awesome dude, friend of mine and Wayne. So I like Brandon's game. He's a smart player.
And like every hand, you just have like.
And we're going to see some battling in this hand.
Just the tap.
Or just overall between Charlie and Brandon. Both have pretty much tag styles. And what does that mean? Like tight aggressive styles. And Charlie from the third blind is going to defend. And he's going to check down his middling pair and hope to get the showdown. Let's see what Brandon does with ace high. Usually ace high by the river likes to check down in this spot and realize its equity. And it does. And Charlie's going to win the first hand of the night.
Andy, how do you feel about playing with no Garrett? Is it a little unnerving? It's like something's missing from your life?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Pretty much been in every game I've played in.
Yeah.
你要自己去我拨的喽。
我说你用了4000。你昨天打开用了4000块。
是3000了。他们一直夸张。
有点夸张了。
Yeah.
Do we have a... I'm not making quads?
What?
We have a boarding?
Yeah. No. It's gonna be cool.
No, I know.
And I'll give you guys some shout outs along the way. And we are going to have this game a full game. Shout out to Wayne, the producer of this show. Puts together amazing lineups for you guys.
Is he gonna mind?
I'm getting a negative from upstairs.
They said
You
no.
can shift over, so is it 8-handed?
It's 8-handed.
Oh.
This girl named Jenny and then.
Hold on. Where
So
are
I
you
can,
guys?
oh, sorry. Yeah, if you want to, give
No.
it
It was just
a little bit.
to switch seats. So
Oh, it does look a little bit special over there.
No. Oh, they already they pegged the players in the system, I guess. That's it. No.
I mean, he can move.
Quick shout outs to Metal Doctor, N2D Ballet, OEO,
Move that over, because if he walked in right now, it would be a little tight, because this is his and that's...
the Come Up Kid Alex, always supporting our show.
Always
cards
How's
together.
the keto going?
Hey, man.
Still on?
Man,
Still
你
on?
有冰那个什么？
You know what?
This blood sauce
要加
barbecue, it's really
那
good.
天你有没有加茶？
Blood sauce.
Before me.
Blood sauce, yeah. It's in Labrie.
And we also have Starbucks.
This is really, really good.
Charlie?
I'm good, thanks, Wayne.
Nitro
Oh,
brew.
fuck.
If
That-
you're, if
that-
you're
that
gonna,
flash.
if you're gonna get it. If it's just for me, then don't, because I do
Sorry.
like coffee.
Okay. I thought it was nice.
The brisket, man. Oh,
Oh,
my God.
wow.
50.
Yeah, this is really good.
The brisket, the pork
Yeah.
ribs.
That's amazing.
Once again, we are playing 25, 25, 50, 3 blinds, but an added ante of $50. So 150 dead in every pot. I'm assuming we will see some rounds of straddles.
Eat too
Can't
much
eat
barbecue
too
sauce.
much sugar, right? Yeah.
I cannot only eat like half a tablespoon.
Have to. So.
Go ahead.
So I just sip it.
Go ahead.
It's gonna be interesting to see the photos when you do that.
And the accountant going for some light value here on a one-line straight card with his river jack after it goes check down. And the accountant with a very good read, a brilliant read, one may say, and ekes out an extra $200 for big blinds.
It's like very slow.
Yeah. Sometimes it's water. It's just water too. Like if you have a big meal, you step on the scale, it's different. Four blinds.
Mike, can we get more
But I
all
mean,
in?
the diet is crazy. I mean, nobody believes that you eat a lot of
15,
meat and you lose weight.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean, I eat like almost 1 pound a day. 1 pound or
pound of meat?
more. Yeah.
50 and 50, 250.
It's crazy that you lose weight by doing that.
$50 big and a $50 ante.
Charlie, have you played the game before? This one?
No, I have not. Oh, I see. Charlie, we played together, right? Well, I don't think we have actually. You look super familiar. I play on the show sometimes. Okay, that's probably why, right? You playing 5 games on it? No. No. Okay. You're from LA as well? Okay. Lived here for 2 years.
From Ohio originally, right?
I lived there for a while. From West Virginia originally.
What's up?
I'm from West Virginia originally.
Where the rednecks come from.
Yep. Born a redneck.
I mean, like, actually, literally.
Yeah.
That's where the term redneck came from. It's kind of fascinating.
From West Virginia? I didn't know that.
And this is an awesome raise from Brandon to realize that his top pair needs some protection.
But if I say it to someone, then
Good shot for Wang.
Okay.
Who's going to continue here for sure.
Let me know when you want
And
to
look at Wang. Peer right through Brandon's soul here.
What do you have behind total chips?
And let's see how Brandon mixes this spot.
I just want to know what he's. I don't know. Maybe. Like,
I think Brandon is betting there sometimes. Brandon with a good removal card with the King of Hearts in hand to block some flushes. And it goes check, check, and 12-25 to Brandon with a very good, well-played top pair.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what are you playing today?
Oh man, I do that thing now. He's a good.
He's one of the the best. I haven't seen anyone like here where he's just completely like when he loses, like the one of the best losers. Doesn't Brandon.
Brandon, so the beer
I
on.
think you kind of to have a sane mind. You kind of have to.
Ultimately, the guys we work with are so wrong.
Yeah. You just numb yourself.
Yeah, because it doesn't. It's just not a. Because if you actually go through and count how much money that can buy or what it can buy or what that.
Yeah, you cannot think like that.
You just might as well cut your head off now and just. take it
50
down
and
the street.
50.
It's a game. It has stakes and it has losers and winners. I mean, it's a sport.
Poker's a sport.
First one's at 2.
2 and 230, yeah.
Yep.
I'll put you at 240.
The accountant preaching right here.
150.
Next Olympics, maybe.
Isaac, Michael, I love how.
And Brandon with number 1, the pocket aces, the angels, the weapons of mass destruction. Sitting with 100 big blinds is going to squeeze it up.
If Wayne will have me.
And the loosest squeeze spot when the button
You
opens.
stop playing at casinos.
Actually, under the gun open. I thought Wang opened.
I would.
So this should be a very tight 3-bet spot.
I would come here and then I would kill my next day because I'd play till 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Now I told my wife, I'm playing on a show, so it's more legitimate.
Right.
And
Home by 8, right?
yeah, home by 8, and it's pre-scheduled, so everybody's kind of.
Ooh, and Wang picks up middle pair with a heart in his hand.
Yeah.
And I feel much better because usually I'd come in like pretty hot.
It's a very good board for Brandon's aces.
Like everybody goes home.
Hoping that Wang has something like king, queen,
Yeah.
ace, queen that Wang did not 3-bet.
800.
And I'd have a pretty good time like at the 5-5 game. or the 5-10
2/3
game,
sizing
light it
from
up.
Brandon.
And they're like, oh, the drunk idiot's here.
And-
Awesome, let's play.
A little over a pot-sized bet back.
Pretty good that way until like the tipping point.
4,000 with 3,000 left. And Brandon does not like that
I'm a CPA.
queen
Oh, nice.
because those hands that we were hoping to get value from now can have trips. There are 2 flush draws on board. Let's see the sizing that Wang chooses here.
Poker, the easiest way to make a hard living or something like that.
Hard way to make an easy living.
Yeah, hard way to make it easy.
1,200.
I like the way he said it.
And Brandon is going to continue. So this is an interesting spot because Brandon has about a half pot size bet left. And it's going to go check, check. And Brandon's going to win a pot of $5,400 for the biggest pot this evening.
Next. Went to battle, right?
Shout out to the jazz musician.
But that's always the run out, so aces, that's.
Can't ever make it. No, so the term redneck comes from a group of people that were specifically in West Virginia that wore red neckerchiefs.
Well, because it's like a
Oh, I
fun
thought it
thing.
was
You
'cause,
make
like,
it,
there
you
were
overbet
working guys
it,
who
and
had-
your hands
Well, I think they
face
might
up.
have been working guys, but
You're,
it was because they wore red neckerchiefs, and it was an honorable thing initially, but
then it's
then
face up and you don't get
just
value
over
out of
time
it.
got into a negative connotation.
Okay, so everybody okay with a bump pot, $300 on the every
Collection.
collection?
That's
Everybody
specific to
good?
West Virginia. 300.
Up to you guys.
But that was gonna-
And then yeah, and then the time it's paid by
We
by
know.
one person. Yeah, everybody's on the same. That works.
And look at the table captain, the accountant go. And this is what I love playing with the accountant. He's, like I said, Nikolai, he's a friend of mine. And he's always there to push the action. If we're playing 10-20, we're playing 10-20-40. If there's no bomb pots, Nikolai's there. He's going to tell the players, we're doing bomb pots. He asked very nicely there. And I have to apologize. Seat number 1's name is Wang, or Wong. Wayne and I share a document to help produce games, and his name has been Wing in there the last few weeks. So shout out to Wong.
Wrestling's like one of the most underrated.
Such a fun game. We're going to see some battling here.
Yeah,
You have to be a beast and you have to cover it.
So stoked for this lineup.
you have to touch dudes all the time.
2 of the players
That's
I
a
have
hard part to predict.
good relationships and a friendship with are on the table, which is the accountant
I don't know, MMA
and Brandon.
or,
So
you
see
know,
2 and
if
4.
you're on top of them, you
So
beat 'em to a pulp.
So you'd be
Charlie as well. So
tough.
3 of the players actually.
That's the table.
I'm not a bottom.
Wow, and 1 more pocket ace is in the mix.
Second best to you.
No, stop it.
Let's see how Charlie
Don't wait, give it a bit.
plays
We
these
just met each
aces.
other.
Number 1.
275.
How late am I in my homework?
Those of you know I call them
Very good.
pocket angels because they are here to save your stack.
Being a decent human being, none of that is relevant.
No, I think your thing is full, right? Yeah.
Charlie without an ace of diamonds. Spot where he's going to pick somewhere between 1/3 to 1/4 to half the size of the pot for a c-bet. And Charlie goes with a little bit more than 1/4. Snap check from Andy. We do know that Andy has a style that he plays very fast. These players are playing with an action clock, which means these players have 30 seconds to act on every street. Andy definitely doesn't need that action clock, and a bet of 900 from Charlie Wilmoth, and that's going to do the magic. So yes, let's get back to the action clock. We have it every Friday. These players have 30 seconds to act on every street. They get 5 time chips, 1 per hour of play. So they get 5, and they are worth a minute each. Once these players are out of their time chips, their hand will be pronounced dead. So these time chips are very important. If you get in a big spot, you want to have that reserved to think about the hand in depth, go over every street of action, flop, turn the river, pre-flop, try to plug it together all within that 5-minute time period if you need to use all your time chips.
He's like, it's not going to be released. And then it was actually released. And guess who I texted when it was actually released? I'm like, yo, your shit's out. I didn't even know.
Isn't it interesting how sensitivity and timing like can affect like artistic expression?
Oh yeah, like the Twin Towers and like Spider-Man. Yeah, it's like a lot.
It is what it is.
You guys heard that Poker Podcast Third Man Walking? It's a pretty dope podcast. So good.
I agree.
So good.
I want to know what Charlie has to say about bankroll management.
You should roll.
I'd say don't play games.
Don't
like
worry,
this.
no one's gonna listen to that one.
Yeah, right.
You should manage to roll your bankroll for him. That's his recommendation.
That would be a cool one to be on. I mean, chasing poker greatness.
If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
You have any questions in the chat? Feed them my way. If I read something good, I promise you I'll get to it.
There's a halo.
Yeah.
These players are doing a bunch of talking, letting you guys hear the table talk. Especially when Andy speaks up. I gotta let you guys hear Andy's table talk. He's been quiet for so many years. Now he's in the mix of chatting it up. So I gotta let you guys hear what goes on in the brain of Andy.
Man down.
Sure.
Splash in the
Wait, why are you calling me? Huh? Am I pocket calling you? Pocket calling, sorry.
175.
If you wanted me not to believe you, should have bet more.
Once again,
Huh?
The bike?
What?
You play often, right? This like on the bike?
Yeah, I mean, not often, but occasionally. By good graces of Wayne. Sammy asked me if I... Sammy, right?
Yes, Sam.
Yeah, he asked me if I play often at live with Mike. I said only by your good graces. Charity. Sit down.
The actual word, not the stripper.
Chair.
Chip's not a diaper.
Chip in a chair.
How about throwing like mobile tourneys on Sunday? I had a couple of these ones on the app.
New player.
Right here. Pretty ladies next to me, please.
How do you send the form?
250.
Yeah. You want to get the smaller chip? Yeah, I don't know. I'll talk to it.
Three players.
and Wang with top set.
2 seconds.
2 queens and Brandon with ace queen. We're gonna see some blood in this hand here. Pretty sick spot
Okay.
for top pair, top kicker.
Go to
This is like one of the ultimate coolers in poker. Set versus top pair, good kicker.
That's your shit.
whichever card comes out, if it's red, it will be there. If it's black, it'll be there. Let's decide.
And just with a sneaky flat call.
I have a chance.
So,
Sick spot that Brandon also didn't 3-bet. pre-flop.
Just SAVAVE. Okay.
So Brandon's going to feel like his hand is way under repped. And look at Brandon check that king on the turn. So Brandon's obviously going to lose a bet here, I would assume.
So her name is going to be Savage. S-A-V-A-G-E.
Yeah. Like the Blackpink song.
Yeah, that's totally the one.
So her new player in seat 6.
And a bet of 700. And
Savage.
Brandon is wondering if
Yeah, S-A-V-A-G-E.
Wong can have something like
the pink
ace
song.
5 or ace 3 for bricked out straight draws. And Brandon's going to pay him off. And Wong with a set winning 27.50, a sneaky deceptive hand that could have cost Brandon a lot of money if that was fast played pre-flop.
Savage, how much you starting with? Savage is starting with 10,000.
你住在你有家也在这里。对。哦，OK OK，我以为你只是来玩的。我小孩在这里。好，
Is that a Baby Yoda backpack?
在非洲做事情。在哪里？在非洲。
You feed him chips or?
非洲做什么事？我是做那个卡车之类的。哦，所以平常住在那边。对，因为那个非洲是这边。哦。
Yeah. Nailed it first try.
Turning over a new leaf.
First time playing you guys, man. I don't think I played with Sammy before.
All new. That's what I do. I get fresh meat.
Wow.
Okay, people that haven't been busted by Andy yet.
Pull a real creepy leaf out of your journal there, bud. What do you recall?
Oh, spectacular vernacular.
That's the thing about playing online too. Like, I'm really like I just have no idea what's going on because I don't know who I'm playing with.
Yeah, and do you trust it?
You
just search for nickel 9 and be like, this guy's a
pretty safe for the most part. I mean, I know it's all like programmed, like the algorithms and the stuff, but people say it's like rigged and things like that.
Well, I don't know if it's rigged or not, but when I played on my short time online, I've never seen so many premium hands in my life. Like, the caliber of hands that run out at the end is just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's also a function of how many hands you're running per hour.
Exactly.
And the more premium ones are more memorable, obviously.
No, for sure.
10 seconds.
Face out.
非洲也有赌场，
就是都打得也很凶，
是哦，
就是那个电视上老是循环播放，在靠这个直播。
哦，你说在那边看？
对，
哦，是哦。
因为这个很有娱乐性
啊，
很有娱乐性。
哦，对对对。
它不像那个像传奇扑克那些东西，看起来没什么意思。
哦，还好，不一样的，
不一样的，对。
他们打钱太大了，那个传奇太大了。
$1,500. Oh.
Wow, sevens.
1,500.
Can't see.
Is there any concern for you, Andy, when you're playing online that like people are botting?
People were doing what?
Plotting.
And Brandon with the queen tray.
Thing that, like,
Yeah.
people
Oh, I think you just have to come to terms with that and just accept that that's a
accept
fact.
that the robots are gonna own all
I
of
step
them.
out for a second,
50-50.
and my favorite hand, Pocket Eights, loses to Queen Tray, and Brandon ships
Oh,
the
so
pot.
it's Thursday,
I
that's
think you
right.
should, to play online, well, they have like the GPS tracking and
50-50.
IP address. I feel like they should also make you design your camera.
So new player to the table, she goes by Savage. Let's see if she causes some savagery on this high stakes Friday.
150.
I've seen her around playing. I don't know how she plays. So it's going to be kind of cool that I'm going to get to figure her out with you guys because she's new to live at the bike. I guarantee it.
The account, that's a very small 3-bet. There he goes again. Small 3-bet. Little light.
Ooh, 4-bet alert. Oh, and what I mean by 4-bet alert, put the smooth call at a
Incentivizing
small
call.
frequency here. I think you can call and mainly 3-bet here. You have to understand these positions. Charlie did 3-bet a under the gun 2 opener versus a hijack.
Sorry to disappoint.
So those positions should be already pretty tight. If Brandon has seen Charlie play, Charlie is a very good player,
Lively and mostly full of-
but he does play a snug, tight, aggressive style. So he's giving Charlie a lot of credit here. And look at Sammy with 81% equity with a gut shot.
For every move we do, we have to explain why we're doing it.
And middle pair.
But it's just hilarious because we're both thinking.
And look at Sammy now put in a spot here because now Brandon is leading 3 ways. And Brandon's hand looks like pocket jacks, pocket queens, maybe pocket 10s or 9s.
We were having burgers with a buddy of mine and we started playing for like $20.
Sammy in a spot, not going anywhere though with middle pair and a gut
I would just
shot.
look at him as he would react to his cards and then what I
Right,
would.
right. That's a fun game to play too. Is not to
Let's see what this river
let the guy know you're not
unfolds.
looking at cards,
Yeah,
just play.
yeah.
He has no
Savage.
idea you don't know.
Savage. If you're gonna have your cell phone out, you need to be set back from the table. Yeah.
River is a jack.
Kind of fell in love.
Oh, and there's gonna go probably check, check, and Sammy's gonna win a $4,700 pot.
You have to look back. You're like, oh.
Can I chop one of the 25s?
All right, just to, what's up?
Chop.
Yeah, 5s. Thanks, just an FYI for you guys, for everybody at the table. When you're using the time things, you don't have to throw them out. I'll ask for them afterwards. If you guys want to throw them out, that's completely fine. Some people, like, that's their, rhythm. I don't want to throw you guys off that, but it's not required. If you guys do, however, run out and the time does go out, your hand will be dead. I'll obviously remind you of that when you're out of time chips for it. 25.
25.
Oh, this really turned me on to this game. I mean, I love this. This is great.
You just like throwing shit at me.
I like throwing chips. No, I mean, this is like the great equalizer, right? Like, you want to take some time, no problem, and, here's your time. 'Cause, if you call the clock on people, then you look like a douchebag. I think Charlie called the clock on me last time.
Yeah, it's 14 minutes, 14 minutes, 14 minutes.
Did I really?
Yes, he did. You're like, no, it's okay. It's okay.
300?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
350.
Mexican man. He didn't.
What do you have behind?
12,000 something.
I'm just teasing.
High 3-bet frequency spot
500.
from the accountant who has some good backdoor equity, can turn some straight draws, some flush draws, can turn a higher pair than that middle pair of a 7.
Also, after you play stakes like this, it's really, really difficult to play lower.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's never fully flush draw.
Right, ever, right, correct. You're like, and then you forget, right? So if you're playing lower stakes, you forget that to work that money back, it's more difficult with that size of a game. You kind of
Very fun lineup. I'm so excited to be here on High Stakes Friday this week, especially with Andy Stacks back, and then a few of my friends here on the foul Nikolai, the accountant. Brandon Estrada, the jazz singer and ex-college athlete, pole vaulter.
So sorry, guys. So sorry.
Got Sammy, Indonesia. We got Charlie Wilmoth, commentator on Live at the Bike.
Can't agree more.
We got newcomers Wang and Savage, seat number 7. Wang has played a couple 5-5-50 games and a Friday game so far, so.
Also like starting drama at the table.
Here are the chip counts. Andy covering the table, $26,000 in the mix. 3 blinds and an ante,
Yeah, please don't start
$150 dead in the pot.
Korean? Oh, you're Chinese? Oh, I thought you were Korean for sure.
It is, but it's unfun to be a part of it. It's reality.
Yeah, people were like, that's really fun to watch yesterday. I'm like, that.
Oh, in Macau?
We do not want that on the show.
What is this, Melrose Place?
Right.
Nice reference.
You're right. I'm aging myself.
Getting some OG referencing.
I live in LA, but I played
It's on
Macau
Monday
before for
nights, I
like a
remember
few
that.
years, and it was too bad, so I quit.
It's tough there now.
Yeah,
I have some
too
friends
tough.
that moved there too, and they're not there
They
anymore.
have like very big games there, and then like if the games are too tough,
Yeah,
even the
1,000
even the smallest games are very tough too.
It's very tight, right? It's like this, the rake is high.
Yeah,
and
it's
the game
very
is very
tight.
tight. And it's just, I heard, yeah.
They have been waiting for one person, like the whole table is playing against one person.
I know, it's crazy.
The accountant opening up his
Stories of, like,
game here.
and then, like,
The
waiting for
6-5
baseball,
offsuit.
20 hours later. Right, your seat's open.
Let's go, accounnt.
No, I think the big games,
Aggressive
if there's
style,
like
taking
that
down
box,
pots.
someone there, so you will never be able to play.
Right.
Or you have to stay for like 48 hours awake, like straight, just to get a seat.
So did you do that?
No, I don't.
You don't seem like a fan.
And they win. Heard him before?
Yeah, if like, okay, there's no bosses, the game is not fun because everyone is just waiting for someone to sit there. And then,
There's Wheeze, the mixer.
I heard there's not even, we're not even doing poker anymore there. It's like that because they barely. No,
Nobody can enter Macau.
175.
well, I heard the casinos there, they don't care about poker. They just get rid
Because
of it.
they don't get money from
Yeah, they don't make enough money from poker.
well, that's why they only do the big games, they cut all the small
Oh,
games.
they cut all small ones.
Wait, where? Which
Macau?
I think they start with,
Macau?
they start with, wait, 20, 40, 10, 20, they start with 10, 20, but usually they don't have that. They don't have
Playing
any.
a short deck out there?
Oh, short bet.
And he stacks with
I
a
love short bet.
high C-bet frequency spot here. He's going to check.
$40 buy-in.
It's gamble.
He's going to mix that for
It's
sure.
like the PLO version of No
A jack uncoordinated board is a spot where he's going to be mixing C-bet with a smaller C-bet. But this time he decides to check, flop and turn, and go for the check call with the best hand. Andy's spidey senses are spot on, and by Andy checking 2 streets, got himself a value bet with a check call line. That's pretty interesting and pretty cool. Andy just induced a bet out of Savage.
I'm kind of interested in learning it, but I just. No one's playing it out here, right?
No, not here.
Tom Dwan plays it, I'm sure he can teach you.
Yeah, maybe in Vegas somewhere they have it.
Short deck?
I don't think so.
How does it
They're
work?
more famous in Asia.
It was on the app for a few months and then they took it off. But no one really
Like, get the
So how does that work? Which cards are out?
Yeah, just like off the table. 2 to 5. 2 to 6.
Oh,
Yeah, 2 to 6.
Sixes are out or
2 to 5.
2 to
oh,
5?
no, I'm just,
So there's a Russian game, Eastern Bloc European game.
yeah, I
It's called Durak, which means stupid loosely translated. And it's played with a 6 through ace.
6 through ace.
Yeah.
Sounds like a little stupid game.
Not game,
And
actually.
ace can be 5.
Ace can be 5?
Yeah. So if you have ace 7, there's a 6, 8, 9, you're straight.
5 in a row.
12.
see we raise.
Savage
1200.
with ace king, and the accountant choosing the perfect 3-bet candidate with the ace-5 of hearts. I love it. You can tell the accountant's been in the lab with that combo. And let's see if the accountant tries to rep over pairs and the accountant snap checks it. I think that's a spot where the accountant can rep some overpairs or ace queen. He's got the removal to ace queen and king queen. Oh, actually he is. I saw our graphics did say check, but he did not check yet.
搞学校，学校嘛，
学校。
Good spot to c bet for sure with the backdoor equity.
不是学校。
Savage with 5,600 back.
有开一个网站是特别的。
Tough spot for her now from the hijack. For big blind should be a tighter range. She's wondering, does the account have the same hand? Could I have the best hand? And the accountant's aggressive style works out for him again. I feel like I'm going to be saying that all night.
我传给你。
现在那个中国也放开了，打这个东西，每个城市有一个。
你说现场吗？可以有现场的。
就是很大的几十张桌子这样的，它不是主炮的，但是实际
Savagery, you making hand notes?
中国哪里？哪一个城市？
每个城市
市
都有一个执照。
真的？我以为那边就是都不行。
I think she wants to
现在可以。
现在可以了。
Savagery, you making hand notes?
Make what?
Were you making hand notes of players?
Yeah, I did.
Were you swiping left?
She's swiping left on players' hand.
Oh, and you're swiping.
Ready to draw?
We're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna have a good time playing together.
The accountant going pot after pot here. Raised to 150 and a call by Andy. The account with some backdoor equity and 2 overs is going to take a bite. And the accountant.
Whoa, show the.
I just need one of my suit. I can't just one.
You need a set of suits. A set of.
My standards to continue is so low against you right now.
I forgot the hand by the time I was
No, I just play in Macau. I just used to play in Macau. I haven't played for a long time since COVID.
My dream to go out to Macau and play and see what the action's like there.
Crazy.
Is it?
Yeah.
So jelly, so jelly. My buddy.
But the good game, you will not be able to get a seat anyway.
Really?
Yeah, because they all like.
He might be able to.
It's all politics.
Why?
Terrible.
The white because I'm terrible or because I'm white?
You have to be very terrible.
Oh, I for sure get a seat.
50 more.
For sure get a seat.
Oh, I think they are. No, I think if you're white, you will never be able to get a seat, no matter
Really?
what. Yeah.
Oh, they'll think you're like
You
a
have to be Asian
European
first.
pro, yeah.
European pros have a bad rep.
They're just so much better than us.
There's just like 7 of them at every table.
Pretty much, I think.
Once they know that you know how to play, you will never be able to get back into that table. So you actually sit.
So who gets invited to those games? Andy?
Girls
Isaac. Selection.
Yep.
So Brandon isolates on letting you guys hear the table talk pre-flop. Savage does defend her third blind with 9-7 suited for that massive sizing by Brandon. Brandon with a tricky play here. Checked his top pair over for some deception. Perhaps some pot control, one may say. Turn is a bad card because of flush, and the ace turned in river is a 9. And Savage thinks her 9 is good here and gets Brandon to lay down what was once top pair.
Alright, so collection pot. What are we doing?
Savage new to the show. And we're gonna do $300 bomb pots.
Savage.
She didn't know about that.
Savage in out.
Savage.
Bump pot.
Ow. Oh, she's okay.
Sammy called her back in and said, hey, we're doing $300 bomb pots. You need to get in the mix because some craziness might happen right now. So those of you that are new to Live at the Bike, which I don't think there are many, shout out to all of the fam in the chat, and I will give some shout outs later in the show. We are playing $300. All the players put it in, and there's no action pre-flop. And we just play to the flop, and we start playing normal poker. So flop hits, normal poker, a lot of blood, on the table usually in bomb pots. No one knows how to play bomb pots.
For what?
Everybody's in the pot. Multi-way, 7-way.
Careful, Charlie, careful. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing?
And Charlie gonna take a bite multi-way. Let's see what Charlie has. Charlie has top 2 pair, and look at
I like my hand, Charlie.
Wang with top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw, bomb pot. If you want
Oh, you guys are just freaking beast mode.
to see my anxiety go up, give me aces in a bomb pot. It's just like, whoa, I gotta face 7, 8 players multi-way with 1 pair. Savage is gonna continue too.
Should have told me you were going to call. I would have called too.
And we have a $4,500 pot in a bomb pot.
3 players.
Charlie has both players covered. Not the card that Charlie wants to see. Although, these players shouldn't have too many 4s in their arsenal unless they have two pair. 4-6, ace-4. It's hard to call a multi-way bet with just a 4. 3-5 and open-ended straight does get there. Let's see how this river action goes. Let's see if Charlie can try to eke out value from a worse ace, since players, someone like Wang, he has aces and 4s now with a brilliant kicker, the king. So let's see if Charlie takes a passive route, fears that someone might have 3-5, or he tries to eke out that value. And Charlie is going to bet the $1,800, and this is definitely going to get him paid. And ace-6 for Charlie. And shout out to Charlie, because this has got to be the biggest game Charlie's played. Charlie does play 5-5, 50-50, which is similar.
Yeah, you guys don't want. You guys
This
don't want
is
these chips. Those
up a
chips are
notch.
Gone.
6,
Locked
7,
down.
7,
Off the table.
7.
好，OK，我等一下打给你吧。
That's like equivalent to going south. That's like if I started taking this, giving it to Charlie. No? Lockdown.
And the accountant, Nikolai, needling Charlie right after the hand there. Shout out to Charlie. He's representing for us commentators. So you guys know that the players, not the players, the commentators that I picked out to commentate our show are real poker players. Shout out to our crew. Big fan of Charlie's. He has a podcast, Third Man Walking.
It was 6.
Oh, that's what we're doing.
Jeremy Fremlin, Jared Griner, Mark Goon. I handcrafted, curated our commentator team. Wayne also in the mix.
Plus 25.
Adam Swan as well. You guys haven't seen a lot of Wayne, and it's not because he's great. It's because he works and does so many different connecting parts. I don't schedule him purposely because I want him to relax at home, because producing these high-stake games are tough.
Ace 3, yeah.
So if it's 3, it just rolls, right?
So shout out to our
Yeah,
team.
yeah, yeah. It's the next card.
Charlie making us look good over here.
Like 2 spots effective.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, I've been in games where it's like,
Just the next spot over.
yeah, someone's like, oh, there's no one in 3, so you're the 3.
That's messed up.
Like, now I'm the 4. Like,
Yeah,
it's
that's-
like some sick gray area. Like, just get it defined at least.
That's not fair.
Trying to get me.
Oh, it's the next card.
Yeah.
4 players.
Trying to get you.
Wang with trip 7s.
Also like it because you can kind
And
of
Savage
spots and you're not taking off.
also with trip 7s. Both players with the exact same hand. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of money sprinkled into this pot. Both players sitting with about 100 big blinds. Sammy also with the pair, but once it goes bet and a possible raise from Savage, let's see how she plays this hand. I think you can go both ways here as a flat, or you can raise it up since there is a diamond draw, possible straight draw. Savage takes the route to make her hand look deceived here and disguised. Flush now possible. Both players do not love this card, but both players will continue. And this does go check, check, because these, oh, and look at that river card. These players are going to chop it up as long as no one folds. Neither of these players like this. Possible straights on board, and any player with a diamond would scoop. See if, I wish the masks weren't on so we can see the smile from these players. Because they got the same hand and they're both thinking the same thing. How do I get insanely lucky and then split?
My phone was good.
Do all the poker dealers deal all the games, or how does that work? Or you guys get assigned somehow?
Deal all the games? Absolutely. Deal them well. I'll let you decide.
Did Isaac, our dealer, just bang all the dealers here at the bicycle? Deal them well. What does that mean, Isaac?
The ones who no limit the $40 buy-in.
Yes.
Okay. But the live at the bike selects dealers, I'm guessing, or because it's always you and Michael. So
We deal in here when the show is going, and when it's not, we're part of
Isaac,
this.
she wants to get more chips.
Yep, sure. Lise. She wants to get more chips. Can we facilitate that? Someone?
Brandon with my favorite hand. Decides to check it. This flop does go check. Savage with the ace of diamonds. But Brandon turning a set.
275.
And this is why I love those snowmen.
10,000.
Looks like Brandon bet
275.
275. Savage with a hand that she can mix with once again. She can flat call or she can put in the raise, and she takes the passive route with 1,000 in the pot, and there's the fourth diamond.
Do you want the chips broken up in any way?
And a snap bet from Savage and a bet of 1,000.
bring her two $5,000 chips. That'd be good.
Brandon with a good snap fold there. Pretty brutal run out.
Does the bike have a $25,000 chip?
Sure.
No, LA Casino has
Okay,
that.
so a couple things.
Cranberries.
You're aware of how the time
Are they
shifts
all,
work, right?
all in Vegas? They're all the
Yeah,
same
so
color
if you call
across
10
the
seconds, I have to use it, right?
I only know
I call 10 seconds, that means there's 10
audio
seconds
modules.
left before
Okay.
your time runs out.
Those
If your time runs out, if you still have time chips, I'm
Cranberry
gonna
color,
click the add time button, you'll get a minute.
It's okay, I don't need that long to think. 30 seconds.
Okay.
30 seconds is enough for
Okay.
every hand.
Alright, well if it runs over, you don't need to worry about throwing or anything like that, I'll just
Yeah.
add them and
So,
ask you
so
afterwards.
you're
Can I
saying,
sell my time
sorry, I
savings
didn't.
to someone?
I don't think so. And you're
Are they
adding
all
on
the same
10,000?
color or not?
Yeah,
I only know
Okay.
Bellagio and
So she's
Audio.
adding on
And they're both,
10,000.
they're
Two
the
cranberries.
To
Yeah,
Savage?
yeah.
You got it.
I don't think I have.
I don't know about the other ones.
You got it.
You ever play in Vegas?
An awesome job done by Isaac there. Savage is a new player to our show, so he's making sure that she understands the time chip and that she doesn't have to throw them in.
Prefer playing LA.
As the 10-second countdown goes, she can just pay them at the end of the hand.
That's one of my spots, yeah.
So the dealer usually will say, you owe X time chips, 2, 3, 4, 1, whatever, how many time chips, how many minutes the player used, and collects them after. So the players can be fully focused in the hand.
Is that where you usually go?
I used to until I discovered the show.
Yeah.
But now I'm very loyal. I try to stay.
Bike's the best, right? As far as rate goes. Yeah. How much in Hollywood drop like 2, or Hawaiian Garden drop like 2 or something with a 510? And the 1020 is time rate, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to the Bicycle Casino in Battle Gardens, California.
Hey, Andy, could you do me a favor?
My home court, most definitely. You guys will see me here all the time, running through here, playing here, juggling commentary. Here's the cumulative winnings. Charlie up 52-50 representing for the commentator crew. The accountant up 1,800, my homie. Brandon, all my friends are big winners of the show. I think that's what you got to do to win on High Stakes Friday. You got to be my friend. But Sammy's my friend too.
Time is money, so.
So is Andy Stacks. So
Exactly.
let's see if they can turn it around here.
I thought if I got a bunch, I can just go to the game.
Sammy's crew of
like more
Ken
time,
and
I
Ju
like-
are my friends as well. So the Indonesia homies.
feel like that weird Justin
So.
Timberlake movie.
It's hard not for me to root for players or root against players. It's just like, or it's very hard for me to root against these high stake players because Wayne and I have relationships with all these players. So, and Brandon here with 2 kings and Charlie with 2 jacks. Here is where the battle will begin because this should be the widest ranges in all of poker. Well, not in all of poker, but a very wide range spot. Third blind versus third blind versus
Savage,
button.
you've never been in a spot that
See if
took
I
you
can
longer
get
than
it
30
together
seconds
here on
to
High Stake Friday.
Why just do it and then if it's wrong, then
That
it's wrong.
squeeze spot where a player calls in between the blinds.
Yeah.
You
If you make a
squeeze.
mistake, then
Brandon knows that Charlie should be loose on his
just
button.
learn it and then try next time.
So I
Don't
guess you
like
could
it,
say
think too
she's
long.
Brandon with-
savagely decisive.
A check of his cards. Wondering if he has a king of spades. It looks like Brandon's going to choose a 1/3 sizing.
Even all-in is not too much, so I'm never play really there.
And that 1/3 sizing, Charlie with a good overpair. He's gonna put in the call. He knows that ranges should be running very close on a mono spade board. Brandon with the super hammer of 95% equity, 29-25 in the pot, and checks it over to Charlie.
You're able to play that.
Pretty sick check over to Charlie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, I get spoiled. I like stuff like that.
And how does Charlie manage here?
I really like this.
It's a really good setup.
Huh?
It's a really good setup.
And Charlie's gonna take a bite of this pie.
Have to move outside
Looks
there
like a
to the
bet
show
of
area. And it's like
$1,200.
because it's so like noisy. It's like no one can deal with playing here for $6 or $5 and then going out there.
How does Brandon proceed here? And Brandon's gonna proceed with just a call. Brandon wondering the same thing that Charlie's wondering. Could one of these players have flopped a flush? And now a one-liner on the board, and I don't see how this doesn't go check, but does Charlie try to eke out value from something like pocket 10s or 9s? And no, it goes check. And a $5,300 pot sent to Brandon. But Charlie knows by seeing those kings, it could have got really ugly if Brandon would have chose some bigger sizings post flop, or went for a check raise on the turn.
2 cards that possibly have 2 4s.
Almost.
Nice hands.
So Savage, who just added on $15,000 stack with pocket aces, the Angels.
No, I said I raised 2,000.
Number 1.
Yeah, he said 2,000.
Yeah, 2,000.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Rewind.
I thought
We're having the right kind of problem.
Wrong color.
Wow, and Brandon with the 3-bet here. Brandon who just had pocket kings. And Savage with a snap 4-bet with number 1.
So many levels.
Brandon has started the hand with
10 seconds.
a little under 200 big blinds effective. And Brandon's going to make this call, and this pot has ballooned to 42.75. We saw Brandon slow play ace-king earlier with the flat from his third blind. Here with a 3-bet from his big blind. Savage going to check and see if she has a club in her hand.
4,000.
And a bet of 4,000 from Savage. And a snap fold by Brandon.
Something like
I don't
that.
know how much the pot is. Just throw it.
Welcome to high stakes, Brandon Savage.
The button get moved, Nick?
I bet 6 bucks. Sorry?
The button get moved?
Yeah, he just.
Okay, yeah. Everybody's moving so fast, and I'm seeing things so slow.
I'm all in with the club. Good hand. Anybody betting water polo?
Anybody betting race walking?
That is very strange. Like, some of them are like running.
Some of them have better time than when I do go running.
I agree.
And I have jack 3 of clubs.
Lies.
Well, you have the hand, you just hand of course.
Jack 3 of clubs.
Oh, you did?
It's not good.
Oh, I think that
Of
she
course I
did.
folded.
It's not good.
Is that good?
Yeah.
It's king of clubs.
I had queen 3 of that. That's pretty decent.
Jack
It's
high.
not bad. It's worse hands, I think. I've seen them before.
250. $350.
Easy game, man. Easy game.
I don't know what the appropriate value for a time chip would be if you could sell it.
I'll
Obviously, it's what the market can bear. Or
I'll
what.
pay you $5 for it. As a matter of fact, I'll pay you 25 for all of them.
It would probably vary.
I sell for $3.
Half a big one?
Half of it.
It really depends on like who is in the
Yeah,
game.
it would depend on the lineup.
Philosophical.
Like for Savage,
No, I get it.
they're worthless. She wouldn't pay a quarter for them, except if she can resell them.
Yeah.
Maybe you put like 7 like dock stances at the table.
300.
Jordan Christus or whatever, and they become worth like thousands.
That would be a great economics final like sort of question. How much is a time chip really worth? Explain.
Philosophy and
Yeah. There's a bunch of classes that could be the final question.
my brain's gonna explode.
I watched a tournament highlight recently from before the time chips existed, from like 2016 or something. I was just like, man, this is impossible to watch.
So slow.
Every decision is taking so long.
Wow.
250.
Time flies when you're having fun. Hour and a half of already.
Oh, it's actually great, actually.
Focus on keeping a straighter line because
Very close. 200.
Charlie, outside of the show, do you play?
Yeah.
Like in the pit, or do you play online, or
Both.
both? What do you play online? Like, what limits do you play online?
Just ignition. Like 1, 2, zoom.
They run, right? You would play smaller online, right? Like that's
Yeah,
the-
way smaller. I mean, the biggest game on the biggest Zoom game or zone game that exists is 2.5, 255.
you know the Poker Bros app?
Yeah.
And I played a 5-10 game there.
Yeah, I've played those games too, but like the rake is like really ridiculous.
Is it really?
Yeah, I mean they took like $21 out of those 510 pots.
Didn't know that. Didn't know that.
Like up
It's
to that.
online too, where you have to pay.
Yeah, there's
less
no. I mean,
people.
there's no brick and mortar. There's no overhead or whatever.
Yeah.
A little bit with the app, the owners have to like paper chips and like accounts that stay in or whatever. But it's not. Of course, they still rate it like it's a live game, which is kind of high.
Yeah.
Well, the scary part is if they can't back all the money that's out there, right? Like that's where you get. Imagine like the leverage.
Yeah, you gotta really trust your agent.
Yeah, that's all. Trust.
My agent thought I was nuts. Some guy that I met in Arizona. He thought I was crazy. I gave him 20 grand over 2 days, and I'm like, well, whatever. If I lose it, I lose it. I did like 2,000 at a time.
It's interesting how the apps stay completely separate from the financial portion of it. Just stay like like
Yeah.
Well, that's smart because then it's like a home game that they can't get in trouble for.
Right.
software and mechanics.
But it just makes things super sketchy.
Yeah, you just pay for services for like let people.
Well, how
I
about
only
like
heard one horror story about the New York King or whatever running off of
Yeah.
or not paying.
Today, you mean
Yeah,
the-
Or something.
Yeah, I heard that story.
the guy ran off with a bunch of poker money?
Hope you guys are enjoying the table talk as much as I am.
Couldn't figure him out and then didn't have it or invest it or whatever. He just like somebody wanted to cash out for a bunch and just he wouldn't.
25, 25, 50 with a $50 big blind ante. $150 dead in every pot. Those of you who have just tuned in. I am JJ De La Garza. I've got a balanced strategy in my commentary game, so letting the table talk right out a bit for y'all.
Still a problem now.
Wang in seat number 1. The accountant in seat number 2. Brandon Estrada, the jazz musician. In seat number 4, he's going to be performing in LA and in Vegas as a trio.
Enough to make the decision. I have to reflect on that.
Bet and a call. Sammy betting his middle pair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really decisive actually.
On a board that Sammy's range does favor,
The more I've been
you
watching,
can have
poker, the
queens
more
and
I realize
tens
I
that
know shit.
actually this was an open by
Actually,
Brandon.
thanks to Andy over here and
So
Garrett, I've learned a ton. Just watching you guys play, so you guys definitely up the average stakes of the people playing. I mean, I mean, let's be fair. I was dead money to begin with. I'm dead money anyway, but in my mind, I've learned.
It's funny to see somebody. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just thinking, I just thought it's funny how like poker works. Like it's one thing, it's one game where you like don't want to be considered good. You want the exact opposite. You just want everybody to think you're terrible.
Well, in my case, it happens to be true. So if I wasn't terrible, I'd be a winner. I'd be a winning player.
Same thing kind of with pool,
Who's
right?
more
You don't want to
talented?
be, you don't want to be considered good, otherwise you can't get captain.
Exactly.
Well, I knew I was pretty shitty when it was, you know, I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep track of how much I win, how much I lose per hour, and then it got too demoralizing, so I stopped keeping track of it. I'm like, this is stupid. I'm like,
interesting topic that Andy brings up and mentions
It's
how
interesting when
poker
somebody
players
comes-
always want to
starts
downplay
struggling
their
with games
skills.
They've played no poker before, and then they keep coming, and you see the learning process happen in front of you. Like with that guy Aiden who plays out there. I don't know if you've played with him. He's played on the show some, but every time we play with him, he's doing like different things because he just got started and he's like figuring it out.
Those are the scariest people to play with, or the best.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
Runs the game. That's it.
when they start learning really fast, you're like, uh-oh.
not lucky for everyone, I'm a slow learner.
And Sammy with the C-bet,
Oh, he's smoking something.
protecting his top pair and getting value, but Savage with a nut flush drawn. Savage with a flush.
Lessons not learned in blood are soon forgotten.
Let's see if Savage will take an unorthodox line and lead this river would be pretty cool.
3,000.
Whoa! Savage is going to bet the size of the pot just about. I think I heard 3,000. and she does bet 3,000. So I really like this play from Savage because she looked like she can have bricked out some hand like 9-8 or pocket eights, or even Queen Jack.
10 seconds.
And it's pretty sick because if Savage checks, Sammy's probably gonna check back. So well played by Savage.
Easy game, Sammy. I mean, Savage, sorry. Sorry, yeah. Difficult game, Sammy.
Accidental kneel.
Oh, man. That was nice. And I meant to say Savage and I said Sammy. Sorry, buddy. Tough game for you.
Well played by Savage. I absolutely like that lead on the river. I feel like a lot of players, and not necessarily Sammy, but they're not going to go for thin value on rivers. So if you don't think that Sammy's going to go for value with like some sort of ace 10, 10, queen 10 top pair, then leading there is pretty good because a lot of times it's just going to go check, check. Especially in the middle stakes games.
Now we know why she is named Wesley. 250.
And we're going to bump this one up to 250. A limp from Savage. Charlie's going to bump this one up. Wanga is going to come along with dominated king. Savage with the best equity after the limp call. And we're going to see some fireworks here. Savage with top pair.
Thank you, thank you.
What was the highest game you played?
Charlie with king high flush draw.
Back like before the pandemic, they were running like 1-2 sometimes.
100, 200?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, wow.
And then sometimes the ball would come on. But nothing bigger than that. It was rare.
Charlie with the bet of 375.
Be a toe.
Wang with the float.
The whole
And
side
Savage
of
with
the
top
hotel
pair.
side, they just put all the
Backdoor
tables there now.
flush draw to the ace.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped playing there because bike was back indoors and they were still in the tent. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
not civilized. I'm like, what the
Yeah.
hell is this?
Yeah, they're back indoors now too, but it's all the games are on the main floor now.
And that's horrible because like the higher stakes games, you don't want
Charlie with the miracle king high flush card.
1100.
No, for sure. I stopped going there too.
Savage with the ace of hearts. And a straight draw. And Wang's going to come along just with his open-ended straight draw,
I feel like in Vegas, though,
ignoring
like,
the
when it's
hearts
super crowded and it's
that
like
turned.
those small buildings, you know? Yeah,
Wow, and Wang goes all in. Okay, his stack was short for 1475.
Play in the Legends room in Bellagio and everything, all is well.
They barely even play No Limit down there. It's always like, they barely play No Limit.
What's in there now?
It's always mixed, and it's always like PLO or mixed. Or
And Savage is
the guys that play in there regularly.
going to come along with her nut flush draw with the gut shot.
Very small for fun. Like, I'll play like
I got you.
10 a quarter or something, 5-10.
And Charlie cannot raise
Yeah.
this up
Yeah.
since Wang's all-in was not double the size. And a straight flush for Charlie Wilmoth.
It's more popular, like, just in general. Like,
And the
people
nut
just
flush for Savage.
jump in. I can't, I don't like playing with no money most of the time.
Yeah.
It's just hard to
In
find.
pockets, like middle.
Oh, this is so sick. And last time, Savage
Tiny, like,
let her rivered flush. This time she checks it. So she is balanced.
People play 100, 200 PLO?
Yeah, they were doing that in commerce for a while too.
That's gotta be bonkers, just.
And Charlie looks like he's going to go for a third sizing. He really wants to make sure he gets paid here.
Oh, see, flush.
Wow! And Savage with just a call. Savage with just a call with the nut flush. She put Charlie on something like the 9 of hearts, something like 9-10 of hearts. That is insane to just flat call there, and Savage is absolutely right.
Nice answer.
Charlie to isolate after Savage limped has to have a suited hand most of the time there. Or something like ace-king with the king of hearts, or king-queen with the king or queen of hearts. So Savage should just call there. Pretty amazing, just flat.
How much is it?
123. Okay.
I forget what's the tip amount or?
No, that's
what's the
included.
total? Like, I
123 is that for everything.
forget. Oh, okay, thank you.
Just put it on the button. That's it. Seconds.
Why so little, Charlie? Why so little? 5, 6, 6,800 pot.
Wow, this is a sick hand here.
Third pot, maybe. Trying to get paid. I know you hit that flush. Just know you hit it. Like, bar none, I can like, maybe like Jack 9 of hearts or something like that.
Another bomb pot.
Maybe like even Ace 9 or... I fold.
Wow.
That was a bluff. Nice bluff.
Good fold.
Set of fours.
And Charlie is wrecking havoc in these bomb pots.
Set of fours.
You're
or
at-
two-
yeah, that's
or,
seven,
or
right?
two pairs,
What is it?
Charlie.
Yeah,
Either way you
seven.
have them.
Two pair good.
Was it me?
Huh? Two pairs.
No, you said you added 7,000.
Oh, no, I had 10.
Added 10,000.
Yeah.
Andy added 10,000.
That 10 couldn't have been a worse card for me.
Okay.
I wasn't in love with it either.
Huh?
Obviously, I wasn't in love with it.
I just
either,
didn't want to say
obviously.
anything during the
I'm
hand.
sorry.
I didn't love it either,
Because
obviously.
they can't really relay it while they're like in the tank over the siege pot.
Oh, for sure.
I appreciate you telling me that.
Yeah.
If I knew you didn't want it, I would have bet.
You would have bet?
Yeah, if I knew you didn't want it.
Savage, you have a blue chip in your white stack.
Oh, need. Thank you. What can I do with that?
Tip it.
Setting on 8,000. 425 like that. You copy on both those.
Here.
What'd you flop, Billy? Queen 4?
King 4.
Oh my god. I had a king 2.
Yeah, he went first though, he's getting chips.
Yeah, I saw him after buying this.
Yeah. I'll post maybe come in and drop.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Once again, support us. Subscribe to our website. It's $19.99 a month, $199 for the year. So you guys save 2 months. We lost about half of our subscribers on our website during COVID-19 since we didn't have awesome games like this. So if you guys just want to support us and or just watch a ton of poker, we have almost every episode in the Live at the Bike history on our website, liveatthebike.com. Check it out at least. Make sure you guys smash the subscribe button
I mean, I don't know, bro.
on our YouTube page and smash the like button. I haven't been asking you guys a lot so far to smash that like button, so I'm asking you now. Please, let's bump it up and smash that like button. Big winner thus far, Charlie Wilmoth. He's had that straight flush that we just saw. He also had that hand in the bomb pot
I'll just bet against a third against you all the time.
where he had ace-6 and king-4. So
Then you're gonna get
he's the bomb pot master thus far.
98. I have no idea, 'cause I wasn't.
We also saw him lose the minimum Jacks versus Kings third blind versus the button, which was pretty brilliant by Charlie Wilmoth. Seat number 3, like I said before, I believe I did, will be joined by Jew, regular on our show.
Should have bet the flush. You would have gotten it.
475 in the pot, and he's going to say, I have range advantage. You most likely have a small pair from the small blind flatting, so I'm going to bet here, and I'm probably going to double barrel. I've got the 10 of spades. I can make a backdoor flush. Andy is what I like to call a alpha dog and a non-backer downer. Andy must be one of the deepest on the table, if not the deepest in stack. And he must never back down to a bet. And he has also played the biggest pot in Live at the Bike history. It was a $439,000 pot, played versus Macau Jackie, or Wacky Jackie as he's known by. So if you haven't checked out that pot, check it out on our YouTube channel. Charlie's gonna limp in from the big blind, and the accountant's gonna have none of it. And the accountant knows.
Revenge.
$15.
One round of baccarat?
Well, let's see here if Charlie's gonna be limping with his full range to balance those weaker limps like the queen 8 off, or if he's just exploitively limping.
I live like next to it, so when I walk there, it's easy. I will put my name on
Do you have any dragon
the board,
tattoos?
and then I go back my
No, I don't. I need
across
one.
the street from the lane.
It's like it's on the list.
Me, if I play Baccarat, then 100%.
Yeah.
Savage with ace, king, and a limp. I feel like Savage has been limping most of her range besides when she had those aces. And let's see if she goes for a limp raise. And there it is. The pure punishment by Savage. And I wonder if she already saw Sammy reaching for chips to raise. And we're going to go heads up. I like this play by Savage here. I think once in a while throwing some unorthodox plays are cool. Savage should rep the queen there with her good removal and strongest range. And it looks like a cool c-bet here. And a bulky one. Oh, it looks like about 1,800. See if the dealer even tells us, since it was a snap hold. 16 $100 from Savage. Fun hand to rep that queen, like I said, and then also has some good equity to a straight as well.
It wasn't a third pot, it was like 20%.
Yeah, it was less. You're right.
Huh?
It was. Yeah, you're right. It was less.
25.
Savage trying to go back to back here with her fives, and these players have to be careful now. They can't just isolate her out off of limps because she's going to be limp raising from a lot of spots. I mean, she just limp raised cutoff versus button, which is a spot where players really don't limp raise much. So Savage going to connect after she limps and calls with her fives, trying to hit a trip five here. The accountant pretty light here with just 9 high. The count does have a couple overs and an aggressive style.
Check.
And he checks this one. Gut shot alert now for the accountant. And a bet and a snap call from Savage. And Savage did not lie. She said, I don't even need these time chips. Can I sell them? She plays very fast. She might be playing faster than Andy Stacks Poker. 1375 in the pot, and let's see if the count uses his aggressive style.
Check.
And it's gonna go check, and a check, and 2 fives for the win.
What was that, 5-3?
Pocket fives. 5-3 would be pretty sick.
5-3 would be pretty sick. I can beat 5-3, I can't beat 5-5. All I had was pocket deuces.
Once again, the players at the table. Seat number 1, Wang, said he's coming back. Seat number 2, the accountant, Nikolai. Always in the chat, rocking with you guys. So he's not only a reg in the games, but he is a chat reg as well. Seat number 3 is Ju. He's on his way shortly, I've heard. Seat number 4, Brandon. Seat number 6, Andy. Welcome back, Andy. Seat number 7 is Savage, new to the show, tearing it up. Seat number 8 is Sammy.
I'm not sure actually what I thought was worse. But
Seat
now
number
that I
9,
think about it,
commentator of the show,
you were ungodly.
podcast Third Man Walking. Welcome to High Stakes Friday,
And,
Charlie Womath.
These 2 seats, you're like banging your head between them.
I think you were there. Someone threw out a call and it was like a mistake because of the reflection.
Really?
Yeah, I can't remember the details of that.
Quick shout outs to Wayne, who's in the chat, OEO, N2 Deep LA, Meadow Doctor, Alex the Come Up Kid.
So it looked like the raise was like double the
Make sure
amount.
you guys please smash that like button. Helps us with the YouTube algorithm. You guys know that. You guys know YouTube by now. Who's not on YouTube? So make sure you guys support Live at the Bike. We'll continue to bring you guys high quality, amazing games. High Stakes Friday, my favorite day of the week to be here and enjoy and mute myself during big hands and let you guys hear the table talk, as well as commentate on some huge bluffs, 100K pots. You know the casual Friday. Here is just 25, 25, 50, 50. So if people get stacked, we'll probably see like a $20,000, $30,000 pot
Yeah,
here.
you're in 3. Or 50? 50?
Sorry?
50, 50? Yeah, I'm paging them. 350.
The accountant, you limp, and the accountant is gonna raise. He's coming for blood, this accountant.
By limping, that's for sure.
Now I know. I'm not limping anymore.
No.
I don't know yet. 8.
I don't know. How are you?
Give me one.
Count that real quick.
You got 8. Huh? 8. You got 8.
Yeah.
Am I in or?
25. Yeah. $200.
Wow, and Savage opening up loose from the bun, and the accountant. Relentless aggression. Definitely the table captain here.
No, I know. I paid $300. Almost $300 just by limping.
You guys want to straddle?
The instigator.
Seems like that's not a no.
You guys want to? If everybody else knows.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm in.
Everybody's in?
All right, start around starting with Andy.
Huh? You don't have to say that. I feel like somebody like that.
25.
It's gonna be awesome.
400.
And Savage with a limp and another limp raise.
1200.
And Charlie in position. 800 to win a bunch of money. And he's gonna turn his sixes into a set mine, which is the best hand at the moment. Charlie knows he's behind big pairs, but knows that he's ahead of ace king, and knows that if he hits a 6, he could probably win the biggest pot of his career, which would be about a $40,000 pot. Savage with the $1,500 bet.
Yeah, 15.
Charlie saving face here. A horrible board for sixes with 3 overs to his 6.
You know, if I leave and then I don't have a hand, I usually fold.
Take it.
I'm in, whatever it is.
Oh, look at the accountant. He can also run. I got you, Nikolai.
Want to wait one hand to come in on the straddle? They started a straddle.
Wait, is it my straddle now?
Yeah, it's
Or-
your straddle.
Then why are you sitting up?
High doubles.
And we are now playing a massive blind game here. We're playing 25, 25, 50. 50 ante, straddle 100, re-straddle 200 from Sammy.
Okay, can I take it back?
Let's see who's going to go for these pots.
This is Chinese aces.
Usually, who goes for these pots are the players that are used to playing bigger games.
1,500.
Someone like Andy, but the accountant is not going to back down.
No, you're stuck. You already put in 200.
I already put in 200, so I have to risk.
Put that in.
And Sammy says he has to raise since he put in the 200 here with 2 10s.
Raise.
Sammy sitting with effectively with a $200 double straddle, something like
33, 33.
35 big blinds. So Sammy's going to make it 3,300, which is half of his stack. And he's going to call it all in, obviously. But Nikolai with just the 5 high is going to back down here. Save some face.
10 seconds.
If Sammy was sitting as deep as he is, he would probably make this call and gamble it up and try to smash a big flop.
Pretty sick if that is ace.
No, it's pocket, but not aces.
And well done by Sammy. Glory to those who put in some gamble. And Sammy put in the $200 straddle. And
He told Isaac he was. He
he
told
gets the
Isaac he
pocket
was coming
tens in.
back. Okay. Yeah. 50 more? What's the conversation going on out there?
Like echoes like right. It's pretty good.
I just heard him say some guy played every single hand 4 hours.
Yeah.
Seems like fun.
350.
Man, look at
What's
you
going on
go.
now?
10-3 offsuit. Savage is having none of it. Let's see. Our whole card's ace 5 of hearts. Top pair versus middle pair. Savage with the backdoor flush draw. And this goes check, check. And this card is going to get you in trouble because now his 10 turns into 2 pair.
350.
350 from Savage.
Oh, Vegas. Yeah.
350.
I grew up in LA. But I'll be living in Vegas next month.
And a card that's probably going to save Jew a bet here. And this goes check, check because the Queen Jack gets there and a King also. King Queen that might have taken a bite from Savage. Savage with the trips.
Oh, okay.
Johnson was in that game
100, yes.
before
It's a
the
good
World
one,
Series.
you have
Like,
You know who the...
yeah, but I don't want to say it.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
talk later.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't want to blast anyone.
For sure. For sure.
But I remember you there, I remember Johnson,
Yeah, yeah.
a couple other old timers.
Race to 300 on the button.
Heads up.
Savage does have Brandon dominated. Savage and the Callan definitely playing the most
Do
hands.
you like the I1 or sorry?
Check, check, and Savage with top pair and the nut flush draw.
I can't play. I like both for different reasons, you know? Different reasons. Huh? Yeah, different.
Wow, and this goes check, check again. Very deceptive from Savage.
I want to combine them.
Nut flush now for Savage.
I was over there for over a year.
Improved on that river, and she checks it once again. And this is going to go check, check. And what a trappy play that did not work out for Savage.
I mean, in
Seasons,
I1,
4 seasons.
4
yeah.
seasons, yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny because in the summertime it's raining all the time. Like right now it's raining like crazy.
does it get cold?
Typhoon
Like,
season. Huh?
when it gets cold, like 5 degrees, 10 degrees Celsius? And
Yeah, it can get really cold in the winter. Yeah, but during the summer it's like raining and it's like it sucks. It's hot.
It's still humid.
Andy Stacks Poker talking, so I'll let you guys listen up.
I got out at the right time.
Nick, it's your strike.
It's like that in Indonesia too, right? It's raining all the time in the summer.
Indonesia, they only have 2 seasons.
Only 2?
Rainy season and hot season.
Oh really? So no cold season, huh?
No.
Because it's down south, right? So it's yeah. It's
The
different.
coldest they get probably 90, 80, 85.
Oh wow. Interesting. About that all the time.
Raise. Raise. 9.
She folded. I think.
Three bet and take it from Brandon with Diana Kornikova.
Take it.
And that's like an old term used for ace king. When I first got into poker around 2006. Those of you who are my generation and a little bit older, there was a popular tennis player named Anna Kournikova, and man, wasn't she gorgeous. Or she may still be gorgeous. I think she's married to Enrique Iglesias. But she looked good, but she didn't win. And that's what the poker players would say, that AK looks good, but doesn't win. So that's a little background of that ace king, Anna Kournikova history.
Quarantine for like a long time, so I just never go back.
Everybody.
20 days or 14 days?
I know Singapore is 21 days.
I'm not sure if it's 14 or more.
Yeah, I think for China it's just 21 days, right?
But you got to live in a casino and they pay for you, so it's not too bad.
1 day is like a month.
Five.
And this was a bomb pot since it is collection pot, and we see the accountant leading with pretty much air here. But he does have a club in his hand. He does have 0% equity since Savage does have the queen of clubs in her hand, and Ju with top pair. 3,600 in the pot. We like to call an air ball, also known as dust, since the hand is dust pretty much. And Savage not only with the queen of clubs, she also has a straight draw, which bricks out. 3,600 in the pot. $2,000 bet from Ju. Ju wondering if the accountant can be out of line with some sort of bricked out club. He is sandwiched between the accountant and Savage though. See if Ju can figure this one out. Wow, and the accountant's aggression. Let's see if he shows this one. Let's see if he shows the table how much he's punishing, and he does not show that hand.
Take it. 123.
You need to cut the longest I ever did.
I got it. Thanks, John.
Those of you who have just tuned in today, make sure you please hit the like button. Smash the subscribe button. Smash it hard. Like it. Hit that subscribe button. Helps us greatly here. Our team here at Live at the Bike works so hard for you guys. Brian Arakaki, Alex Lee, Wayne, obviously, and myself, JJ De La Garza. So please smash that like button and hit that subscribe button. We are playing 25, 25, 50, 3 blinds with a $50 big blind ante, so 150 dead in every
I
pot.
literally took his 100 and I put
These players are playing with an action clock. They have 30 seconds to act on every street. Other than that, they have 5 minutes to act. Each time chip is worth 1 minute. 5-hour stream equals 5 time chips.
You added 3.
Charlie Womath's seat number 8 or 9. High stake debut.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm off A-okay. If everybody's good, good. I'm not going to be the only dog straddling.
Also Savage, her Live at the Bike debut, and a high stakes Friday it is. We've got some regulars on the stream. High stake Friday regulars. We got the accountant C2, Jew in seat number 3, another regular. Andy Stacks Poker, that's his Instagram, and seat number 6, regular on our show. He's played every Friday for about 3 years straight, maybe longer. Sammy, who's been playing a lot of Tuesdays and Fridays lately. He's in town for a few months. We got Brandon Estrada, ex-college athlete, jazz musician and singer, seat number 4, who's been rocking with us a few Tuesdays and Friday games. Charlie with my favorite hand and could not make it work for a set, mine.
Would you have called a re-raise pre-flop?
I know you bet. Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Missed value.
6-3 suited. Yeah, it's gonna be some weird hand when we see it on stream.
You're gonna watch it?
Just for this moment. Just gonna fast forward to
100.
I got nothing.
2 hours and 6 minutes.
Oh, I always watch it. And I obsess over like the bad
25. I go back and watch certain hands.
You're like, my technique was so good here.
A little bit, some of that, yeah. 400.
There you go. Now that's an idea.
I need to test if you have an ace.
Did you have an ace?
Well, you're gonna find out. I find out if you have one first. Then I have to find out if my ace is good.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
Stream lies. That is true. The stream does not lie.
Occasionally Craig's been misread by the reader.
Yeah, it does happen.
Yeah. I've had the commentators like, wait, I have no idea what happened there. It's because like the card didn't read the thing right. Then you'll see a picture of the board and it'll actually be different than what was on the reader. And like, ah, that makes sense. Happened a couple times. 300. Raise 14.
And Jew knows when you're on High Stakes Friday and you've got the Israeli Ron hand, you raise with it, even though you got punished this time by Brandon.
So on Thursday, they only film it and then they replay the week after.
And other than proceeding, usually they film it 2 hours daily.
Or 2 hours only? So what do they play on Thursday? Nothing?
Take it. Next is first straddle.
Straddle round engaged. This game has been bumped up. 25, 25, 50, 50.
Doubt it.
$100 straddle.
300. That's better.
Welcome to High Stakes Friday with $250 dead in the pot. And look at Andy go here. Brandon's having none of it. I was listening to the table talk earlier, and Brandon and Andy have tangled back in the day in some smaller home games. Check on this flop. Andy with some spectacular timing here with the second nut flush draw. What else can you ask for? When you 3-bet the king deuce, unless you smash with 2 pair of trips, second nut flush draw ain't too bad to barrel with some equity.
Andy, congratulations.
Huh? It's all time. I was getting worried.
You thought you lost the mojo?
I lost.
There it is.
Found it. Found it.
Found it. Found it.
That's me top set.
Wow, true.
Somebody added chips though. Andy, somebody added chips though.
Who had
Quietly.
Who?
You?
Oh, I did? Oh, no, I told you.
Oh,
you,
yeah.
you were just in a hand when I...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just straddle.
Thanks for
No, he's the straddle, you're
I
good.
appreciate you noticing that.
Yeah, I was like, oh, look at that. Somebody made sure he still covers the table.
300.
The accountant observing that Andy stacked on some more chips. Since Charlie and Savage have been winning some pots, no one else stacks to Andy.
Andy. No.
You guys gotta make up your mind in your lie. You gotta like.
$15.
Jew with an overpair, Savage with an overpair, and the accountant with the aggression. And let's see how Savage proceeds here. Savage proceeds with her overpair. Not the easiest spot. Once it goes bet, call, call. And your overpair barely beats the board, and Jew with the third 7 for a full house on the turn. And let's see if that slows down the accountant who went bet, call, call. The accountant does like to speed and put his pedal to the metal though, and he elects to go for aggression. And you guys can't see, but Jew is definitely doing some jumping jacks in his brain right now because
45.
Jew at $6,800 back. The accountant betting 4,500. Jew with a little head sigh. Let's see if Jew does any sort of Hollywooding to get Savage in this pot.
10 seconds.
And a call from Jew. And a snap fold from Savage. Savage read the situation perfectly.
Heads up.
And quads now for Jew. The accountant with ace high and a check. 14,775 in the pot. And an all-in from Jew for about $2,300. And I wonder if the accountant calls here with just ace high. Hoping to chop this pot. It's hard to think of any bluffs here.
23.
It's hard to think of any bluffs here. They both were field callers. Jew did connect from the straddle, so he could potentially have a 3 here. Or some sort of 7 that called the flop, like 7-6 that had a straight draw with a backdoor flush draw. I don't see any bluffs here that Jew can have here. He would have folded ace deuce and ace 4 on the turn. Looks like the accountant's thinking about paying him off and hoping that he chops the pot. I just don't see too many bluffs, or any at all. And he just says pay it off because the pot is too big.
What is that?
Almost a $20,000 pot with quad sevens.
Yeah. I threw you 2 and pulled in the money right away.
And I understand what happened there. The accountant just thought the pot got too big. And sometimes when the pot gets too big, you have to risk $2,300 to win a $20,000 pot just about. So the accountant only has to be good there 1 in 8 times. So if the accountant ever thinks that he's good there 13% of the time-ish, he just made the call and hoped that Jew was out of line and that he floated.
I think you have pocket 3, not pocket 7s.
The dragon tattoo you were talking about will have 7s on it.
300.
Straddle's off or?
No, it's on. It's on.
Oh.
I just
He bought the.
Oh, okay.
He bought
I
everything.
missed.
200. Take it.
You go to Tijuana, that's on the hooker stand that hits the wall for customers. Just like
Conversation.
Can I get chips, please?
The conversation.
Maybe we should shut this door. I don't know.
Maybe.
Give him the mic in the booth.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be on the wall.
Hey, you guys can't give away my mic.
Yeah, this is the real experience, right?
Yeah, the
The real poker experience.
500.
Yeah, let me tell you about my
Yeah,
trip.
Nick is adding 10.
Envy.
25 and that's 50-50. You're the straddle. One.
Once again, we do have the straddle on.
Seven.
The accountant rocking my favorite hand, pocket 8s, making it 700 to go. Savage gonna make the call. Sammy try to get a cheap flop with the ace deuce limping behind on the button.
I have another 10 behind.
The accountant with 10 more behind. Flop goes check, check. Accountant's 8s are still golden.
1,000.
He's gonna bet 1,000. Savage with ace high, wondering if the accountant is steamed up after that last hand. She thinks that the accountant might be out of line, but cannot proceed with just ace high, 10 kicker.
Quads are nice.
He just wakes up, rolls over in here late, and then just picks up quads, doubles up right away.
Uber Eats on the way. And
And you can straddle?
Seven's full, just sees the guy just piling.
That's gotta be a good feeling.
Sometimes the other way around.
400. 1,200.
good. We keep getting good hands. It's supposed to be my hand.
You got it.
If he comes back, I'll re-square it off. I just want
Brandon's gonna add 3,000. 3,000 added by Brandon, yeah. Do I have a button for it again?
Oh.
No, it should be there, 25, 25, because he straddled last time. That's correct. Take it.
Don't need ace quad. Don't need quad aces. Only quad 7 is better.
Your straddle? Here you go, 25? 300.
It's pretty funny if they just like escorted him out. Like, so, oh, the lab guy.
250.
Oh, the guy that was talking.
Considerably more quiet. Yeah, did the sensory deprivation thing. Sounds like
Charlie with
what is that?
the new 2021 version of Ace King with the Ace 5
Saltwater mat
suited.
with all the lights off. And they put a bunch of salt in it to like buoyant.
And his check on the turn is going to induce a bet out of Savage.
I don't know. I don't, maybe I have to do it more, but I wasn't that into it.
Really?
It was just like,
How'd you feel? Like,
first I felt a little bit anxious,
yeah, same.
and then like, you know, I just took some deep breaths, but then I just kind of felt bored.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't feel like what people said, like.
And a call from Charlie with his ace. No kicker, but it is good. There was 3 hearts on that river.
Same here. I had like all the thoughts.
Completed the backdoor flush.
Okay, that's enough. Like, time to go do.
Yeah.
Maybe that's like the point. I don't know. But I'm gonna
Take it.
probably try it one more time to see
Yeah.
if the factor, if I change during the game.
For sure.
But I don't know. That was my first time.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Here are the cumulative winnings. Charlie up $11,400.
Was it in LA? It was in East LA, yeah. Yeah, it's like in, I think it was in Pasadena actually.
Figure out what time it is, and then we'll minus
If it's
the hour.
low, it's kind of like cautious.
Yeah, it's
If
kind of, yeah.
Jew up 10,000. Andy down 400. Savage down 1,300. Brandon down 1,750. And here are the chip counts. Nikolai, the biggest, or the accountant, the biggest spender of this evening. As you guys listen to Brandon and Andy now.
How it's supposed to be, and then
Yeah.
our expectations didn't meet that. And then we just, you know,
There's some moments where I was just showing
Yeah,
it was fine, but then it was just thankfully it just was
Oh yeah, Nick is
more
10,000
like,
behind.
oh, there's a little water.
Think there's
on
less on
your
Nick?
foot, there's a little like salt, and there's like high, but
So 16 and a half.
yeah,
So
I like to
16
give some things like a few tries.
yeah.
I felt a little bit calmer after.
So if they came in right now, they get 3.
Yep.
Yeah, it was cool to kind of float there though. Like,
Yeah,
just, like,
interesting,
The physical
right?
part of it, I was like, oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
65.
Did you do it with music or with no music?
No music, I don't think. Yeah, no music. It was,
So 16.5 behind.
Alright, so C2 is 1,600. 16,500 back. 16,500 back.
okay.
You guys copy on that? For Nick, Nick is 16,500 behind. 16,500 behind.
Isaac, you call him by Nikolai or by the accountant? Thank you very much. Isaac is the dealer, by the way, guys.
Yeah. No, added to his stack. So he's got 16,500 coming.
Instead of the
14.
10.
Yeah, instead of the 10, not in addition to the 10. 1,400 is the re-raise. Yep. $15.
And Sammy with
So
a
just
big
doing
bet
settle
there.
For the rest of the time. Or I tell people to set it on top, it's not like one revolution or whatever.
We're not just doing our own.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for answering the question I was trying to ask very ineloquently.
It's hard to find the words.
Yeah. I don't multitask well, so this job is just right up.
I believe they are going to keep the straddle on for the rest of the game, which is good news for you guys. 25, 25, 50, 50 ante, 100 straddle. Game on, boys and girls. Shout out to you in the live at the bike chat on YouTube and on Twitch. I am JG De La Garza. I'm so happy that I'm just able to be here with y'all, spend my Friday with you guys. I play a lot of poker still, and then I get to come in here and end my week hanging out with you guys, calling the action.
It's very interesting depending upon which social circles you're in, how much what number means.
What do you mean?
Like if you're at a 5 and dime shop and you say, oh, that's $4.50, $4.50. Or say, if you say $4.50 at a casino, it's $4.50. The decimal jumps just a little bit.
Yeah, if you're at McDonald's, it's definitely not.
I hope it's not. Otherwise, that is an order to fit to beat all of USC. Or at least the football team.
I was playing 5-10 the other day, and this guy who I wasn't even in a hand with asked me how much I
Yeah.
had, and I said 42, and he said 42 what?
I need a quarter there, Savage.
Dogecoin.
I don't know, a million, man. Like, right, yeah, 42 Bitcoin.
Savage, I need a quarter, please.
Ju bumping this one up with Ace King of Spades, and I hope you guys are enjoying my laid-back commentary here on High Stakes Friday.
I didn't realize.
I really like you guys to enjoy the conversations at the table, and we'll call some action when necessary.
Yeah, that's a weird question. I've never heard anyone say like 42 and it says like $420.
Yeah, yeah.
It's awkward.
I just stopped participating in the conversation at that point. Like, you can just
That's
look at
only
it.
one
I'm
I
done.
won't stonewall.
What? Do the straddles one.
I'm not going to be trolled.
Nick, you're the
So much more
50-50.
quieter.
Sorry?
You're the 50-50.
Yeah, they close those doors.
I feel like I'm
400.
We're back in the sensory deprivation.
Starting to get
tax system.
claustrophobic.
I want to go in one of those at some point. That sounds so cool. Sure, I'd hate it, but good try.
Everyone seems to have different experiences. We had a similar one, but I'm thinking maybe the second time be different. Third time, who knows?
What's up? $4.50.
Andy with an ambitious raise pre-flop with the ace deuce off. He sees there's a lot of dead money in the pot and he's going to go for it. It's going to go bet and a call. Ju with the gut shot. Andy with a pretty dusty hand now picks up a pair of deuces. Let's see if Andy's going to rep a strong range here and over pairs and strong hands. That's exactly what Andy's going to do. He's going to put Ju to the test.
17.
Wow, almost a pot-sized bet for Andy. Andy just feels that Ju is light here and weak. Andy probably feels once Ju doesn't check raise this flop, he didn't hit it, but Ju with 2 4s in his hand can make a straight, can rep a 4-5 if he
10 seconds.
decides to rep a straight with a raise here, but Ju's gonna come along. He's seen Andy out of line way too many times on High Stakes Friday and is gonna make this call. Ju now with the straight. He's gonna check this one at Andy. He knows that Andy's an aggressive player and Andy's not gonna fall for the trap.
Whoa.
Ju got sticky and it paid off for him, winning that 52-50. Shout out to Ju.
You didn't know what to do with it.
English.
I think if you eat
That'd be
the
an interesting
meetings,
poker environment. Club music. Like
Yeah,
house
right?
music going. Imagine trying to tank there. Like,
Like-
I'm all in.
Gloves that glove.
Well,
Ten
all
seconds.
games are like that, right?
Yeah, that was it. 13-5, 50-50 here.
I'm 50-50.
No, you're the quarter. Be kind of cool, like have like an LED display showing like where the blinds are used or whatever. 500.
Savage with 210s, gonna raise it up to 500.
Do it. It's a new year. It's a new time.
Talk about party poker.
What? Is this really happening? Is this the semi for you?
Yeah, USA won. They won already. This is last night.
Oh, I didn't follow.
Spoiler alert.
I prefer. Okay, cool. It looked like it'd be 6 sweat.
50-50 grand.
I was surprised.
Savage, you don't know anything. You got a quarter
don't know.
out there. You
You're
don't know
good.
anything.
There's no more games left though.
Final.
Oh, okay. What's the other country?
France.
Oh shit.
They won against Slovenia.
Didn't they already play? USA and France? Like earlier?
In the group stage, but now in the final they'll meet again.
Oh, okay.
And the USA is going to
That should be what? I wonder what time that's at.
Limp pot between the accountant and Andy, and Andy's gonna choose aggressive line.
I think it's around like 1 a.m. or 12 midnight.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow or the next day. Let me check.
Oh, you're fine. I can
I
look
think
at
tomorrow
it.
or the next day.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Brennan has the capability to Google.
I do. You know, I thought about that. It's like, why does anyone ask each other any question ever?
That's my favorite is when celebrities ask like obviously Googleable questions on Twitter. Like, hey, what is this? You use the same device. It's right on there. You're the straddle savage.
I guess I like social interaction.
Once again,
You're the
I
straddle.
believe the straddle is engaged the rest of the show, so we are playing 25, 25, 50, 50, 100. Sammy with 2 angels. I feel like we've seen way more pocket aces than we see on normal high stakes Fridays. We are about 2 hours in.
Maybe 300 maybe.
Big chip set? Yeah, I've done
And the accountant
16,500.
with a 3 bet. And Jew with 2 queens here.
Back, yeah. 1 second.
And Jew with just a flat here with 2 queens. Does not elect to put in the 4 bet.
1,100 more.
And let's see how Sammy proceeds here.
I'll get it next hand.
I don't think his stack size is right. It looks like he has a 5K at the bottom of his stack. It looks like he goes all in. Sammy is definitely playing more than what our graphics have him in for. And he makes it 3,800 to go.
Wait, that's not.
Thought I saw him throw a red chip in there. Must have been a time chip. It would have made more sense for a jam when us thinking that Sammy is shorter stacked. But Sammy does have probably his stack of about
Yeah, no.
13,000-ish.
500 coming.
You have 6,500 more coming.
Correct.
Okay.
He brought me 10.
Okay. So 6,500 more still plays behind.
And a 4 bet from Sammy with 2 aces. The accountant with another 6K back in his stack. Shout out to the Xeon team.
It's 3,800 total.
Sorry, yeah. How much you played?
12, 13.
Yeah, and Sammy did have about 13,000.
Just put me all in. We can run twice.
I know you can run that. You can run 5 times even.
And Ju is gonna fold. I think if this was
No, shut up. I know you have one.
Just like this.
No. Run it anyway,
And I think
Yeah, run the clock.
Ju versus any other player would gamble there, but since Sammy and Ju
You got
are
7?
friends,
I'm dead.
he's probably just gonna lay down the queen and knows that Sammy's not gonna be too out of line in that spot.
Serious? 7?
No, he's jumping left. You got probably ace queen, ace jack.
Real quick, Ju, can you put your regular chips in?
I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's a slight difference if it goes unnoticed. You don't want that to be, to make that as least possible.
I want to just call, but I'm scared he's too lucky today.
Alright, so collection pots, this ends.
And we have to give credit to Ju though, because that is a pretty sick laydown. Pocket queens. Not too many people can do it in the game of No Limit Texas Hold'em. So, especially because there is so much dead money in the pot, and Sammy makes it an open. Nikolai with a 3-bet. Cold call, 4-bet from the hijack. So, and these players know each other fairly well too.
500.
Oh, I paid. How much?
123.
7.
No, 98 plus 25 is 123. No, just put it on the
Wait, what's going on? What's the thing?
It's 500.
500. Everybody else is out.
Yes, just down to you.
Wow, and a bomb pot. And Ju is going to bet 500 into the field with an air ball. And the account calls with just a deuce. Let's see if Ju can put in another barrel here. I think he has to once he bets this flop. And Ju's going to put in a barrel of 1,200. And Ju going back for that money that he just lost with those 2 queens and gets it all right back. Well done by Ju. And I don't want to take anything away from Ju's good fold with the 2 queens because that was an amazing fold. I don't want to say he made that fold because him and Sammy are, you know, not trying to kill each other. Still a very good fold if he thinks Sammy is out of line, or then he can make that call. If he thinks Sammy is in line there, he can make that fold. Brandon with 2 jacks.
Nick is straddle.
And of course the accountant is going to straddle. He lives for the straddle. He might have gave birth to the straddle.
What jammer there? You're in for a quarter. You're in for a quarter. You're in the small. $350.
Charlie with the strongest range is going to put in a C-bet here, and it looks like a smaller C-bet, a board that he really favors his range opening from the third blind.
What did you say?
I said to the dealer, chop. Chop my chip.
Thank you. Louise, you want to play Brain and Sand?
What's that?
So do you want to play Brain and Sand? We need a set. It's just like tennis, right? You just have somebody stand there. Alright, 50-50. 300.
And it looks like we're going to go multi-way. Andy bumps it up with 2 10s and Savage with the flat call with 2 overs. Mighty fine hand the ace-queen offsuit is. And the accountant with trip 9s. And the accountant who is the biggest spender in the game, this is a good opportunity for him to get some of it back here.
Shows camera.
The accountant's aggressive style is definitely going to make some money here.
He did a whole bunch of episodes in there in the bubble last year. I don't know really what it was like there.
Oh, and the accountant decides to slow play his trip 9s. 2,300 in the pot.
Australian though, isn't he?
He's Australian, I think.
He doesn't have an Australian accent.
American born in Australia.
Okay, yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
And it's checked over to Savage.
Their parents are Australian. Yeah.
Heidi Irving.
And Savage does not look like she wants to check this one back. She's going to bet $2,000. And the accountant has induced this. The accountant with a little bit of Hollywooding. Or maybe he's a little bit worried of the 6-7. Action on the accountant, and he's probably gonna have to fire in a time chip. $4,300 in the pot. And the accountant, after taking some time, is gonna make the call, and I wonder if that call and that timing of that call was going to make Andy put more money in the pot, but Andy does not think it's wise once it goes bet. Not only a bet, but a big bet. And a call. And one liner on this river and 6,300 in the middle. And I wonder... Oh, I was going to say, I wonder what Savage is going to do on this river if it gets checked to her. But the accountant is going to take the lead away from her and make it 3,500 to go. And $9,800 is going to go. Shipped right over to the accountant who knows how to count those chips since he's an accountant. Shout out to Nikolai.
Best fold ever or the worst fold ever? I don't know.
And the accountant, those of you guys who do not know him, I've played a lot of hours with him and he loves to needle. He's like an expert needler.
So you're saying you either had it or you didn't?
No, I definitely didn't have it. I'm just not sure whether it was a good folder.
400.
Sammy with the raise. Gutter for Savage. Top for Sammy.
500. There you go. Let's go.
Quite the cast of characters here on High Stakes Friday. We got seat number 2, the Accountant. For those of you just tuned in, the Accountant has an aggressive style, likes to put players to the test, likes to take souls here on High Stakes Fridays. Seat number 3 is Jew. Jew, a friend of mine, and I remember a summer when one of the owners left. I was producing games for a few months, and Jew stood here from the World Series and said, I'll help you out and play every game pretty much throughout the week. And Jew played Tuesday through Friday pretty much. And Jew still rocking with us here on another High Stakes Friday. Seat number 4, Brandon, jazz musician, ex-college athlete. He was a pole vaulter. Seat number 6, Andy, Psy, GG sponsored pro. Has played probably more High Stake Fridays than anyone else in the history of Live at the Bike. Seat number 7 is Savage. And here we've got a 3-bet pop between the Accountant and Jew. Wide range spot. Jew knows that the Accountant is opening wide, so the Jew is 3-betting wide. And the Accountant with the second nut flush draw and a straight draw and is a little perplexed. And let's see what line he chooses. He chooses the passive line with the call or the aggressive line.
3,000.
And he's definitely going to take the aggressive line, bumping it up to 3,000 large. Seat number 8 is Sammy. He's played a lot of Tuesday and Friday shows the last month or so. Sammy used to play some games back in 2017. He's going to be in town for a while. So Sammy, you'll be seeing a lot of Sammy. And seat number 9, making his Live at the Bike High Stake Friday debut, Charlie Womath, commentator here on Live at the Bike. Very solid, very smart, intelligent player. Very happy to have Charlie a part of the Live at the Bike team. The Accountant now with 2 ladies. And it looks like a flat here from Jew. Jew didn't want to try to mess with the Accountant again. Andy with the nut flush draw. Gonna take the unorthodox line and lead 1,000. Savage with middle pair, but the field behind her, she does have a 9 of diamonds in her hand, which she can make some straights and a backdoor flush. Little does she know she's up against big diamonds. And the Accountant is also gonna make this call of 1,000.
3 players.
And the accountant, with that overcall, Savage called an overcall, gets Drew to fold an ace, which was the best hand. Now Savage turns 2-pair. 44.75 in the pot. I love having women here on High Stakes Friday battling it out, and Andy with a pot-sized bet just about, and Savage gonna come along. And now the accountant can safely lay down his queens once this goes bet, call, and a huge bet of a pot size and a call. The accountant does give it up. And I wonder what Andy's pegging Savage on here. A brick for Andy. Once it goes bet call and a pot size bet, I don't see how Andy can triple barrel off here. And Andy decides his hand is way too weak. Once the flop went 4-way, turn went 3 ways with a massive bet. 12,475 in the pot. Backdoor flush did arrive. A possible 10-8. I wouldn't blame Savage for checking this one back. I'd probably check this one back as well. And Savage does. And Savage is going to win a $12,475 pot. And Savage's stack is now up to $22,275. Welcome to High Stakes Friday. Shout out to Harrison Dittman in the YouTube chat. One thing about Andy, we know that once he starts losing some pots, kind of gets them loosened up, and he starts firing to win some pots right after. And Andy with the queen 10, isolating the accountant who limped in for 100, and now Andy with turn top pair.
How would you play the flop?
Andy's gonna bet something like 400.
How much? 4.
Accountant which is king high.
14.
And the accountant with some removal to that queen. He blocks queen 10, what Andy actually has. And king queen. Even though the accountant limped, he probably won't have king queen too often limping, but he does have king 10. It's gonna put in a raise. And Andy says, if you're gonna play unorthodox, I can play unorthodox too, and Andy's gonna come along with this top pair. 38.25 in the pot, and Andy's gonna check it over to the accountant.
Check.
And it goes check, check, and Andy's gonna show him a queen. And the accountant's gonna see how bad he ran there with having Andy's 10 dominated. Shout out to Jay Lott and Sebastian in the YouTube chat as well.
Andy's adding on 10,000.
The accountant, same school of Andy, going for the very next hand after losing a pot. Savage is going to defend her natural big blind with ace deuce off. We already know that account's going to choose the aggressive line. He has third pair.
300.
Oh, was that his?
No. I was like, I'm not talking about the chip.
What were you saying?
I thought he was coming.
Yeah, I thought it came back too, but the producer was
They said no?
just like to be curious, do we have somebody coming to fill Queen C, or what's going on with that?
Not that we want. I mean, it doesn't
The game's
matter.
perfectly now.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, it's fine.
Nick, you're in the straddle.
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, we're. I was just curious. See, okay.
Okay, 300 again. We believe there's somebody coming to fill it.
Jew is going to bump it up with one of my favorite hands, Queen Jack suited. Accountant is going to check it over with the 7 deuce suited. And this should go bet snap fold by the accountant unless he's going to get really frisky. Says no way. If the 7 deuce game was in play,
Not 3-betting. It's off there.
No,
No, he threw it in my hand, got me right. No balance.
I didn't see it.
Well then good, I didn't make a mistake.
quick shout outs. Paul Wong, Harrison Dipman, Jay Lott, Sebastian Santos, Blasting Toaster, Laker, One Nation, Chris G. Owen Wang is back.
我拿2个黑桃进去，我想2个红桃。
你去哪里的？
Chris G, Gustavo.
打那个牌有点走神，你知道吧？
哦，
50-50.
我拿2个黑桃进去了，翻牌现在我就想到2个红桃。
Okay, so he's the post then?
I don't know. I mean, could you explain about the straddle?
Oh, wait, is he coming in on the straddle?
I don't
He'll
know.
be coming in.
He's coming in. He'll just come up for 50 then, that's fine. Or he'd be the straddle twice, huh?
Yeah.
I
Do
don't
we
know.
want to just have straddle wax one hand, or do we
We
want
can
to
take the straddle off one hand off, or you can just both, I don't care. Whatever you want. Okay, so we'll just go one hand off.
one hand off?
Yeah.
And then what happened? And the next time
And the
it's
next
back on?
time-
Next time goes back to normal.
Yeah.
Can you, Andy, can you ask him how much he started? I think it's 10,000.
So you 10.
Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, he's got 10.
10,000 behind. See?
And then send
Wang is back.
对，我们大家对3毛，下一个。
Wang back in the mix and wakes up with 2 10s.
950.
Jew with the light open. And Wang's going to punish him. And welcome back, Wang, to get some of those chips back. Let's see if
Quarter.
Wang can go on a heater and get even and maybe back to the moon, baby.
还要上100吗？
不用你25而已，对，但是straddle 对，straddle 到100。
打牌拿的，我想想，脑子想着我2个红桃，一看2个，到最后看2个黑桃，而且这个牌面和我一点关系没有，走神了啊！
Nick do the 50-50. $300. Four boards.
Brandon with ace king and whiffs once again. Still does have the best hand. Ju's gonna take a bite with his open-ended straight draw. Sammy with the massive hand though. Sammy does have a straight draw flush draw. It's gonna just come along with the call. 33.50 in the pot. River straight for Ju. And Ju's gonna bet 2,000 and it's, or maybe that was 3,000.
This game got big.
Yeah, it got good.
Like it?
It's a much better game now than when it started.
You're like, yum, dinner. You're welcome, you're welcome.
Poker's a money pot. What changed my mind? 300 to go.
Oh, what'd you say?
Poker's a money pot. What changed my mind?
Am I? Is that it?
Yeah, you're right. You got it right. You guys have it right and wrong.
Am I 100? Yeah.
He's 50-50, you're 100.
I'm 100, right?
Yes, sir.
Same. We all got it right.
Well, you just set back down. I don't know how that affects collection. It's 100. Swing call. $250 more, $350 total.
Andy gonna bump this one up from early position. Remember, we changed the game pretty much a couple hours ago to 25, 25, 50, 50 straddle, or 50 third blind, $100 straddle. 250 dead in every pot, worth fighting for. The accountant's gonna bet 200, and Andy with the ace high flush here, the nut flush, after it goes check down to the river.
Bet was 200, the raise was to 500.
And near min raise from Andy. Trying to squeak out a little extra value, why not?
Actually, yeah, there's collection product there.
And here's the cumulative winnings here. Ju up 14,000, Charlie up 10,000, Savage up 1,500, Sammy down 1,800, Brandon down 2,700, Andy down 6,800, that counted down 6,850, and Wang down 8,475. Make sure you guys follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Smash the like, hit the sub button. We appreciate it from you guys. You guys are like our fam here on Fridays and throughout the week. We've got about 180,000 followers on our YouTube channel. We would like to get 200,000. You know, I think we deserve it, guys. We keep bringing you games like this, 25, 25, 50, 50, $100 straddle, and with these awesome cast of characters. So make sure you guys support us. You guys can check out our website, liveatthebike.com, or simply hit the like button. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Shout out to Natty Witt and Jeff Dime, Eric Peterson, Laker One Nation, Chris G.
Eight. Nothing else to check the time. That's 8.
And we do have a bomb pot in progress. I was told by our graphics engineer that we will catch up to the turn because sizing was a bit off. We will figure it out on the go here. Looks like it's a bet of 800. A raise from Andy with airball, this bomb pot. Savage with the cold call with just an ace. Charlie's gonna come over. Oh, that's because there is trip aces on this turn. There's $9,000 to the pot. Andy with the flush draw, queen of diamonds style, and gets there on the river. 9,000 in the pot, and it's gonna go check, check, and Charlie's gonna check this one back, and Andy's gonna be kicking himself for missing that street of value there. And Andy says, so sick.
Okay, Brandon's gonna add 2. The collection.
Oh, the time takes long.
There's a, yeah, it's a 123. Yeah, Brandon's getting.
The accountant's gonna bump it up to 400. We're gonna go 3 ways to the flop. Trip aces for Jew on the button. And the accountant's gonna rep an ace here. He does have a backdoor nut flush draw, or second nut flush draw, and a backdoor straight draw. We saw Jew slow play his turn full house earlier. He's gonna slow play these trip aces. He wants to keep Nikolai, the accountant's range very wide. doesn't want the accountant to lose the lead here. The accountant's too smart and checks. And Ju gets very tricky and checks it back. I wonder if that check back is going to induce the accountant. 3,000 in the pot. If you're in the accountant, and the accountant's not going to fall for this one, he's going to check. Well done by the accountant.
15.
Half pot size bet from Ju. Call that the Gary Rayna bet around here. Those of you who know, know. Spidey senses from the accountant.
Raise 450. Thank you.
450 from Drew and a limp call from the accountant. Amazing flop for Drew, a top pair and a flush draw. The accountant with the gut shot. And there's the dynamite card because the accountant improves to a straight while Drew improves to the second nut flush.
11.
And $1,100 from Drew. That's the turn card. It's going to cost the accountant some bread. $39.50 now in the pot. And the accountant's now going to lead 25. The board did pair. Let's see if Ju goes for a raise here. $64.50 in the pot. Ju's gonna put in a time shift. He knows that this board paired, which is bad for him, but it's hard for the accountant to have any sort of full houses here after not raising the flop.
Raise.
It looks like almost a min raise from Ju, which is pretty smart here. He's trying to get worse flushes to call or a straight to call, and it looks like he makes it something like 6,000. And that gets Ju paid off by that brutal turn card, the 3 of clubs.
King high flush.
Big $16,000 pot. Actually, $16,950.
I need 4 more. You got it. Take it.
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
25, 50, 50, and straddle here.
Am I not?
No, you are. She just
Okay,
missed her
alright.
blind. She got up on her blind.
Okay.
So that's right. Good enough. $50. 300. Right. 15.
Yeah, Indonesian man.
All right.
Charlie with the 3-bet. So Charlie is going to be limping a bunch, and he went for a limp raise here from his big blind versus straddle. The count with 2 6s did not go anywhere. $34.25. And the accountant's going to take Charlie's check as weakness and going to bet 1,000.
$25 on the back.
Wang back at the mix.
150. No, 200. 200.
He's going to min raise it up. And that min raise with some dead money in the pot is going to get you to call.
Big blind.
And once this goes check, check, Jew is going to put in a bet for some protection on that board. Doesn't want any overcards to hit on that 6. So a little bit of protection, a little bit of value goes a long way, and Jew ships the pot. What's up, Craig Lewis, Derek Keno, Jimmy Burdette, Jeff Dime, Peter Curley, A Ride, Jason, Abraham, sub Abe, Natty Witt, Eric Peterson, Laker One Nation, Jay Lott, Paul Wong, Harrison Dittman. Thank you guys all for tuning in to High Stakes Friday.
Just barely missed it. 300. $11.
Three-bet alert from Charlie. Charlie just 3-bet light versus the accountant, and that one goes through. Shout out to Charlie. 3-bet with the ace-4 suited.
Take it. You want to buy your straddle? 200. 150 of it dead. 100 of it dead. Actually.
It varies.
Nick, you owe 25. Thank you. $300.
Free bet by Jew. Feels like Charlie might be opening a little wide on his button. Or his cutoff. Squeezes it up there. Takes it down with the ace queen.
Take it.
Make sure you guys check out Charlie Wilmeth's podcast, Third Man Walking. Also, Andy's YouTube channel. I believe it's Andy Stacks Poker on YouTube. You guys can check out some of Brandon's jazz singing on his Instagram. I go by JJ4D Poker on my social media platforms. And I do have a YouTube channel that I promise you going to get more in the mix. Probably start some vlogging, especially for some tournament stuff as well. If you guys want to check that out as well.
Wait, I have 3 cards.
Pineapple, 1 round.
And then
I don't know what that is.
they were like this, and then when I went to go back, and I realized there's 2 on top stacked. You guys don't mind, right?
Andy Stacks Poker, you guys.
Matt,
That's how you win. That's the first time he admits to it. Normally he always has
he's like, oh man.
There's a pile of cards in here.
And Andy with 3 cards.
Okay, so how does pineapple work?
Put all 3 in the box, though. So
Yeah, that's.
I wonder if they're just going to kill the hand and start it over, or they just kill Andy's hand. I think they just kill Andy's hand,
It's not a
because there's already action.
His hand is most likely dead, but we still got to get the floor to approve it.
Yeah, that's what.
If you act on a fouled hand, your hand's automatically dead. That's
Oh, you watch the action first and then you look?
No, I looked at my hand, but this was stuck together.
Oh, okay.
And
The
I
cards
only
are
saw
really
2.
sticky today. They're really hard to shuffle.
Yeah, for sure. I noticed.
I realized.
Yeah, so the ruling's going to be, since there's already some folds, and Andy realized his hand's just going to be dead. Obviously, it's not going to be a misdeal.
It's not the first time the cards are stuck like that, but normally it gets caught sooner.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure the hand's just dead. It's how it works, but I still got to get the floor to approve it.
He gets money back.
Everybody can get
No,
money.
if you act on a fouled hand, your hand is dead.
Everybody gets 3 cards.
He called the 100.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Andy called the
I saw him
100.
go to the floor and come this way.
So his hand, they're saying that his extra 50 has to stay in there since he acts.
I'm fairly certain that's the procedures. Your hand is dead.
I'll just fold.
There we go.
But you take your 100 back, right?
If you guys want,
No,
with a
they're-
winner, if you guys want to give it to me, it's fine. Otherwise, I don't care.
He just mucked to speed up the game, but after the action completed on the pre-flop, he realized before the flop had come out, action completed pre-flop, he had 3 cards. The cards stuck together. Act on a fouled hand, the hand's just dead, right? Okay.
There we go. I kind of led you guys that way.
You have 10 queen ace. Ace queen 10.
Drew!
I don't think I'm gonna care. I still didn't have to tell it.
And Chu, I think, forgot that he was in the hand.
You even fucking draw.
He didn't know what was going on. This is what you say when the game is out of the muck. Kinda, I guess. Sorta. Never mind.
200.
It's a rule
I know,
to
you get
prevent
punished.
cheating, right? It's free rolling cheating, but like,
Right.
why would you admit, like, in the first street that it's a thing, you know?
They should just shuffle back in like 32 ones. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Zero.
I think there's room for debate on it if you don't act on it.
Chu bets the air ball on the turn and is going to bet the air ball on the river with just 6 high.
Acting on a fouled hand is
The
automatic.
accountant who rivers a 3. And a float on the turn is going to go for blood on this river and make it $1,400 with pretty much dust repping the straight. And interesting that Chu has not folded yet. I was about to say, the accountant with the 3 deuce.
Hey, was the yeah, 200 to come in.
And the
she
accountant
just buys the
gives
salad,
Andy
okay.
back the 100, knows that Andy wouldn't call 50 with 3 cards, and just hooks him up.
Hello? You copy? Except can we switch to the red deck? Is the red deck good?
That was very nice of the accountant Nikolai. I probably would have just given Andy back 50 if I won the pot, because he called 50 more. But the accountant gave him the full hundo in good faith.
I've never seen so many baccarat tables.
Rows
and rows of baccarat tables.
I think every Asian who play poker play preference.
What's that?
I think all the Asians who play poker, they play preference.
Yeah, pretty much.
For me, the story is like they play baccarat before, they lost a lot,
And then they go, no,
baccarat.
the other way around. You play poker, you lose a lot, and then you go play preference.
Check through on the flop. Andy with the turn straight.
Get the name Savage. You gotta tell us.
How?
Yeah.
Because it's my personality.
The personality. Who gave you that nickname though?
Who gave me the nickname?
Yeah, was there a story behind it? Like
It's all my friends. They call me the most savage person in the world.
You should have heard hear her savage comment board.
What's that?
So they hear a little
You should
bit.
hear
Like
her
here,
savage comment.
they hear my least savage comment.
Oh, okay. Like the stuff you say is like just like very blunt, like very direct.
Yeah.
You just tell it straight out.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
400.
No, I never insult people. I just tell them what they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
You really turned it around.
Nick, you owe 100? $300.
Every time I call you, always call me.
Because I have a good hand.
Just want to give you a donation.
把他这个须子揪了吧，拿2个黑条上去把靠人眼红，就续揪了吧，别续了吧。老在想事赌钱了。
Not the hand.
Seven.
And Brandon with the nut flush and betting through all three streets. Sammy with just top pair. He does have removal to a straight, although I don't think that matters much when Brandon is pretty much repping a flush here. Or some sort of set. And Sammy with two pair is going to pay it off with queens and eights. Brandon's flush draw with the pair turns into trips, which turns into the nuts and gets paid. Brandon's hand just kept getting better and better.
I guess I wasn't on top of it.
I mean, you tried. I'll give you that.
I knew you were both collecting, so I figured I'd throw
Bomb pot, so each player puts in $300 and we play at the flop. No pre-flop action.
Yeah, just both partners stuck.
Charlie's won a couple bomb pots. Andy won the last bomb pot, and the accountant also won a bomb pot. The accountant won his bomb pot the greediest way. He bluffed everybody.
Wow, cheapest bomb pot ever.
And Andy with trip eights is going to win this one. So it seems like Andy's won a couple of the bomb pops. Charlie, two bomb pots. And the accountant with one of them as well.
137. Take it.
Savage with a beautiful hand here. King, queen of diamonds.
I just don't bother to raise. You know, every time I call, I'm calling no matter how much the raise is.
Savage said, I thought you were going to raise. You've been 3-betting me. And she said I was already ready to call whatever. Good shot for Sammy. 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw for Savage, and the accountant with a dusty hand. And that is the action card there. Sammy now with a straight flush draw, and the accountant's gonna take the bite.
8.
He figures once these players have checked, Savage with the call on. Look at Sammy go here. Sammy's gonna turn the pressure up, max heat. Whoa, and Savage looks like she's gonna fold this one. Sammy's aggressive line is gonna get top pair to fold there. Sammy's gonna bump this one up after bluffing last hand. Wang and Ante gonna come along for a 3-way action.
$325.
Trip 7s now for Andy. Andy did have the best hand on the flop, but did have to call a bet and a call in front of him. It looks like Sammy might take this aggressive line, and this will not work out for him trying to rep this 7, because Andy has a 7 with the king kicker. And Andy with the checkers and Sammy with this snap speech play said, "My ace no good."
Yes. Seven.
Raise to 700 from Savage. Accountant with the call on the button. Savage with the gut shot. Decent club in her hand with the jack of clubs, and she's going to fire. Accountant with the snap call, bottom pair. I don't blame him. It's hard to make a pair in this game, and Savage with the nut straight. Double checks her whole cards. And another $1,000 bet. And I really like Savage sizing there. She bet a little bit less than a third of a pot to ensure value, but the accountant did not have much.
You have a 25 down there in the railway.
Couple. Behind your left hand. No, there's another one.
400. I she got it, it looked like.
No, there's another one. Way back on the rail. It doesn't matter. You'll find it when you pick them.
4.
Yeah, I know. I'm cross action.
And this is not a bomb pot, but Sammy jokes like this is a bomb pot, so it is 5 ways.
It's an even weirder idea than that cover. But that one's pretty good.
Wang gonna go for this pot here.
One back. Take one back.
Jew with the gut shot.
600.
And Savage with the nut flush draw. Sammy says the price is too good, 600, 4,500, why not? He knows his 6 is live.
They should title this stream 7 on the turn. All the highlights are going to have that. There's 3 of them.
And Sammy with the best hand with just a 9. Whether he can win it and it gets a showdown, it's another question. Savage does have an 8 in her hand, so she can, I was going to say she can rep a straight, some removal. And this goes check through, and Sammy's going to win a $4,500 pot with 9-6 offsuit.
Oh! I almost won it on the flop.
You almost fold.
Yes, you call it.
So good.
Bomb pot. What's he does? What's he does?
Take it.
But I'll know that you might
Oh, you
call.
moved it? Take it.
What do they have? Inject.
And here's the scoreboard, your guys' favorite stat. Jew, big winner, $23,000. Charlie up 6,400. Andy up 5,000. Brandon down 25 bucks. Savage down 26.50 on her live at the bike debut. Sammy down 26.50. Wang down 11,500. And the accountant, big spender of the night thus far, 18,000. But we still have some time to play. We got about 2 hours left on the stream.
I figured out that you call me with one pair. That's why.
Make sure you guys hit the like button.
Not you, then yeah, I will.
Got 2 hours left to smash the like button. See some blood on the table. And the blinds say 25, 25, 50 with a $50 big blind ante. Add the straddle too. So we are playing 25, 25, 50, $50 big blind ante plus $100 straddle. So 250 dead in the pot. Andy with the biggest stack. Andy stacks poker $51,000. Jew has $35,000 stack. Savage $17,000 stack for the big stacks at the table.
You're right, losing thousands of dollars would be way worse.
Yeah.
200. Six.
Ooh, five. No, oh no. Oh, that's the block.
Seven.
And Savage here. Top pair, amazing kicker versus
12.
Wang. Going for 2 streets of value, and she's going to go for the 3rd street unless this is a brutal run out. 5,200. $25 in the pot. Wang with top pair and less than a pot size bet back.
1,500.
And Savage actually checks this one over. And Wang bets 1,500, and Savage is going to check call with her ace king.
I don't know how much because I know I'm calling anyway, so it doesn't matter how much. If I'm calling, it doesn't matter how much. I usually call and ask how much.
Got it, 5.
Got it, 5,000? Yeah, see, one added 5,000. Yeah, thereabouts.
No, that's exactly. Andy, can you ask me how much you added?
Yeah, the 5, yeah. Oh, that was him. Okay, coming out, like, yeah, so it was,
It was really weird. Like the timing that you said that is almost as if you heard what they were asking me upstairs. It was a slightly unrelated question, but it was like the way you responded to the timing. I was like, wait, can you hear them too? It's not just in my head? 350. That's it.
And this is going to go check all the way to the river. Wang with a rivered 10. The accountant who checked twice with his 8 is not going to like this river. Once again, shout out to all of you watching from home, hanging out on Friday. almost the weekend. We've got about an hour and 45 minutes left of some high stakes poker. If we saw this game going on at the Bicycle or another casino, we'd be wondering, how do these players play? What hands are they playing? Who's action? Who's winning a lot? And you guys, just like myself, get to be a fly on the wall and get to see whole cards, get to see the action, get to see blood on the table in real time, pretty much. Everyone with a whiff, but a bet from the accountant, or a bet from Jew. Jew takes the lead with the ace high, and it works out for him. What do you guys, put in the chat what you guys are sipping on this fine Friday here. I got myself a black coffee from Starbucks. What do you guys got? You guys got some soda? You guys got some beer? What you guys got? Throw it up in the chat. Sammy's going to c-bet this board. He's going to rep the strongest range here as the pre-flop opener. And now he's going to have a straight on the river. Wang with 2 sevens. 4 overs to his hand is just going to check, give up. Oh, he hasn't given up just yet. Doesn't beat too many hands. Unless Sammy was trying to turn pocket 4s or 3s, 6s or a 5 into a bluff. And it looks like Wang is going to look him up.
13.
And he's going to check raise. Wang is definitely not going to give up. He's going to check raise, and
74.
there's the 3-bet by Sammy. Well done by Sammy. Wang's misstep was enabling him to make an extra street of value with that check raise.
User.
Well, I mean, I don't know about 25, but
Loose in your 20s. 300.
Andy, the king of live at the bike, wakes up with 2 kings. Brandon's going to defend his straddle. Daddy's going to put in a C-bet. And a fold from Brandon. He knows that Andy's range, although Andy is a loose player, should be pretty on the tighter side, in that spot at least, from the low jack. Shout out to y'all at home. Fruitsicles, Laker, One Nation, Long-Haired Freak Poker, Zhao Zhang,
7 on the turn. So.
E-Up
Your straddle too. Same exact
is
spot.
Carl
Jeez.
Pluggy, 147.
Oh,
Oh, it wasn't you. That was the other
No,
guy.
it was the other-
Yeah, it was the other guy. I got 3 cards and I.
Kevin Mack,
I didn't know until
Tim F,
Alright,
Jimmy, Burdette, Danny, Doe, Sean Z.
It's not coming.
Keep giving you guys shout outs. Thank you guys for tuning in. Limp pot alert.
Everybody check.
Check around. $300.
Savage turns the best hand. Brandon also with the 9. And Ju is going to lead into the field, and Andy also with the 9. And you saw Brandon give Ju their massive credit betting multi-way and just snap mucks a 9. And Andy's gonna raise with his straight draw to go along with his 9. And Savage with top pair, top kicker, but a bet and a raise in front of her. Could 2 better 9s fold in this hand? And the answer is no. 1100, and Savage is gonna call. And I wonder if that slows down Andy now. It's a pretty strong overcall. Andy still could have the best hand with an 9. And it goes check, check, and Savage is gonna show Andy the best hand. Savage in seat number 7 doing very well on her live at the bike and high stakes debut. Chu is going to bump this one up to 500. We're going to go multi-way. This action is really picking up. A lot of multi-way pots. Everyone whiffs this one again. Ju bets this one with just king high. Wang comes along multi-way with just a gut shot, and Rivers an ace, Barry Greenstein style, and it's going to ship the $4,600 pot. Ship it to Wang.
What is that, King Queen? Oh, you've been betting with King High.
King pots. Then 300 up.
What is calling for?
Ace.
No, the ace is on the deep.
Oh yeah, it's on the river.
So we call on the turn 4.
Stick, bro. 2 overcards.
Coaching pot, so bump pot, right? So y'all do.
Another bomb pot. They do it on collection. It looks like Sammy's gonna put in a bet. Sammy with 2 aces with the ace of hearts. And this is what I said earlier. Pocket aces in a bomb pot, max anxiety, and Wang outflops the aces with the 6-4 of hearts. Wang with the flop flush. Sammy's aces are in trouble.
$14.75.
Sammy bets $14.75. Call by Wang with his flop flush. Double pairs the board now. And it's gonna go check. Almost $7,000 in the pot. And now Wang's gonna put in a bet. It looks like he is grabbing for chips. And Wang's gonna bet 3,000. Wang's gonna bet 3,000, and if you're Sammy, what do you beat here? Maybe can Wang just have a king of hearts in his hand? That's what Sammy's asking himself. Would Wang call here with just the king of hearts, multi-way on the flop, in position on the turn, and now turn his king high into a bluff? And Sammy gives up those aces. Good fold by Sammy. Well done. And shout out to Wang, who came back in the game and is getting his chips going back in the right direction.
I think I'm supposed to be straddling next. That makes sense to me.
Sticky table over there.
Ace high showdown value.
Oh, you didn't.
It's fine. It's fine. Just leave it. It's money all the same. I'm perplexed. He's the straddle.
I put in 100.
Oh, that he hasn't put it.
You said it's
Okay.
money all the same.
All right.
Okay. Please put now. Now you have to use 6 o'clock. Your first time.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Now that we got this over. No. 50. Yes, 100. All the kerfuffles in one hand. 400.
And we're gonna go multi-way. Sammy with king, queen suited, and what a flop for Charlie. Charlie flopping that third 3. Monotone hearts for him. On that board though, that might slow him down, but he bets 500, 600. Gut shot for Savage. And top pair. 25.50 in the pot. And if Charlie reads into Savage's snap call, Charlie should feel pretty good about putting in a big street of value and protection here. Charlie probably picked up on that speed. He's gonna call, he's gonna bet 1,500. Savage is gonna make the fold. Charlie with the third 3, making his high stakes debut, representing us commentators.
How much longer do we have on the stream?
How much longer is on the screen?
Trying to break out the strobe light and the street strobe.
You say any street drugs?
I didn't say anything. What did you say?
It said strobe lights.
Strobe lights.
Just in case y'all are just tuning in, we got about an hour and a half left in the strain.
About an hour 15.
Or an hour and 15, Isaac just said. We got Wang in seat 1, newcomer to our show. He's played a few Ante games. I believe this is his second high stakes Friday. He'll bring some action. We just saw him try to raise the river on a bluff. We got seat number 2, Nikolai, aka the accountant. Friend of the show, first and foremost. But here to bring the action, here to take some souls, here to do some trash talk. Unfortunately for you guys, the master on Nikolai is super funny at the table, likes to needle, likes to show some bluffs. Loves poker. Seat number 3 is Jew, another regular here on High Stakes Friday and on our Tuesday and Wednesday Ante shows. Jew plays a ton of poker. Seat number 4 is Brandon. Played or was a college athlete, was a pole vaulter, very talented, now a jazz musician, singer. Seat number 6, Andy Sai, GG sponsored pro. Probably has played more high stakes poker on the show than anybody. Always a pleasure to have Andy in the mix. Seat number 7, Savage, her debut.
You know that's
Winning 2. He's played some hands very tricky here with some limp raising, unorthodox poker, but getting the job done. Seat number 8 is Sammy. Sammy also played a bunch of games back in 2017 on his trip. Now gonna play a bunch of Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And seat number 9, Charlie Wilmoth, commentator on the show, has a podcast called Third Man Walking. Might be the biggest game Charlie's played before, so shout out to Charlie, staying composed, cool, calm, and collective on this High Stakes Friday.
Like, I'm all set.
250 dead in every pot with the 25, 25, 50, 50 ante, and $100 straddle.
You have to drop a lot of weight.
I had to stay like 121 pounds, and I was like growing at the time. It was tough.
Why? You didn't want to move up, or?
They were just, there's like a senior who was like really good, who was in the next weight class. It's a weird time, awkward time.
You
Like
decided to
I was
play
super
at the
short.
250 pound game instead of
Yeah, it's just
cutting weight is like game selection for.
I mean, it kind of it was for my.
That seems like sort of a messed up thing to ask like a 16-year-old.
It is, right? Yeah, yeah, like roast first.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a hard sport. I respect it a ton. Glad it's over.
There's a lot of things they do in high school. Looking back,
That is true.
it's probably
Yeah.
not healthy.
I think that's like the most stressful time of my life, actually.
Now don't eat.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you got a good life. Then. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I can't complain.
Put your hand.
I can beat that.
Duck. Oh, duck.
You remember that in high school, like just the amount of stress you feel. Like I would feel
Same,
over
yeah,
just
it
like
was
some
just a lot.
test that just like it doesn't even matter.
Like mattered so much at the time.
Right. It's
Yeah.
totally irrelevant.
Yep. It's like an A, a B, C.
Yeah.
The amount of stress. The best feeling is probably senior year when you're like kind of done, but you're halfway through.
Last semester.
Like no, you're just like, yeah, I mean, technically I have to be here, but we're all done. I want that for like the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So,
And Jew here with pocket kings, and Charlie's going to try to hit a big flop here with 7-6 suited. 26-25 now on the pot. Complete air ball, so bet and a fold alert from these kings. There goes the action.
I feel like the best feeling for me in high school was failing out of an AP class and being like, I guess I don't need to worry about my grade.
yeah. What AP
I guess I'll
class
go to a
was it?
state school.
What AP class was
This
it?
is statistics.
That's hard though.
It was
That's
really
my
hard, that's
hardest
why.
class.
100. Savage, you just try. Yeah.
I was the biggest in chess club. Played like Magic the Gathering and
Sammy versus Andy, and Andy with my favorite hand, the 2-8s. And an overpair for Andy. And this goes check, check. And an 8 on the turn for Andy now. And Andy checks it again to Sammy. See if Sandy will take a bite. Sammy declines. 800 in the pot. And Andy going for blood here. Sammy with an air ball though. He's high. Misses that board though. And Andy, I think I know is thinking, oh man, I missed a street or two of value, so I need to bulk it up on the river and does not get paid. Shout out to Aaron GN, Jordan Hunt, 4-row, Stonage, Chow Ma, long-haired freak of poker. Shout out to all you guys watching at home and join with me.
You honors band.
I am JJ De La Garza, your resident commentator.
I played tuba and trombone and baritone and trumpet a little bit.
you still play?
Those days are over. My amateur is long gone.
He's firing up the tuba in his LA apartment.
Yeah.
Making enemies out of all my neighbors.
Yeah. All of Koreatown gets pissed off.
Yeah, it's COVID times, nobody's getting kicked out.
Yeah, that's true. Can't get ready for it.
Getting closer to
Noise
Persia
complaint.
with how much I play with people.
Wang is going to bet his 8. Savage is going to peel with her 10s, even though there's 2 overs and 3 hearts, and she's absolutely correct here. No slowing down Wang. He's going to bet 1,200 now. 11 make that. And Wang. We need to get this scoreboard up soon so we can see how much Wang. He's recovered some room here. Closing in on being even. Probably by a few thousand. Shout out to Wang for sticking in there.
Next event, WWE.
Smackdown for the gold. That'd be awesome. I'd be all about that. We did. 400.
The Cal now with my favorite hand. He's doing it for me in the booth. He knows. The Cal knows what my favorite hand is. He knows his pocket 8s. Let's get a snowman on this flop. Over pair. Oh, and Wang with the 3. Bet of 1,000. This is not going to be good for the accountant if Wang check raises here. Okay, proceeds with the flat call. Might save the accountant some money here. Turn is a 10. And Wang's going to check it over again to the accountant. And the accountant checks this one back. And now the accountant is not going to love his pocket 8s here. And Wang checks it once again. And the accountant's going to be shocked when he sees a 3. That could have got pretty dirty for the accountant who wiggles out of that one.
Yep. Get 3. 6-3. All right, 6-3.
6 clubs, right?
Yep.
So you make money on
What 3s?
6-3.
Must have been. My what? Actions up.
Your UTG, yeah. E-tug. Kind of weird. There's no like UFC event like the Olympics yet.
It's gotta be up there. I saw something about chess being considered for the next one. Everyone's trying to get
How
it.
much?
450.
I mean, why not? You know?
I mean, I think so.
If horses can dance to.
Raise to 450 from
Every time
Sammy.
I like look over at some
The accountant does have him
TVSC
dominated.
kind of goofy thing. Like
The
just,
accountant went for the limp call and 2 pair for
horses
Sammy.
dancing or yeah, just like really weird things.
I wonder, I haven't read much on it, but I wonder what kind of consideration why. If it's
Sorry.
If not, I'll make a
spectatorship, is it?
No, I couldn't.
No, you're totally fine.
Right, right. What's the cue
No
of like?
harm.
I'm sure there's tons of like a list, right?
Yeah. So people in the chat were talking the other day about whether poker should be, and I was like, yeah. I mean,
Oh, and 2 pair now for the accountant.
But I thought about how they would qualify people.
right.
What kind of ranking system and why? They just
Bet of 1,000 and a call.
Yeah.
Cast game results. I mean, it's that's
You use the GPI rankings or something.
Sammy checks, and
There's
the accountant with the snap bet of, it looks like 1,000.
Say what?
1,000. There's literally a Daniel
Sammy
Tosh
says
bet
this is
on
crazy and doesn't even snap call this off.
Daniel Tosh is nuts. So,
He knows just a single ace can beat him.
Ace jack.
And Sammy's gonna pay it off.
do you still have a show?
And Sammy officially got counterfeited, but it was a good counterfeit for him. It could have got pricey.
But good, the river was not like that.
But I know he's still doing because I'm seeing him in like a week and a couple days.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Out here?
Las Vegas.
Ooh, nice. Whoa. Where's he? You just stand up?
He's doing. I'm gonna go see him at the MGM.
Yeah. Oh, I got a bit of one.
He's doing like one show, like in the middle of work that we do. That's it. Really.
That's gonna be fun.
It's sweet. So, everybody.
He's has.
And here's a scoreboard. I've been waiting for these stats. Jew up 23,000. Charlie Wilmoth 6,100. Andy up almost 3,000. Savage up 675. Brandon down 1,000. Sammy is down 7,000. Wang down 7,000. But a comeback because Wang was down nearly 14,000. And the accountant still the big spender here, down 17. And here are the chip counts. Andy with the largest stack. And Brandon with the shortest stack. We are playing a 3-blind game with an ante plus a straddle, so 250 dead in the pot, 25, 25, 50, plus 50, plus 100. Let the games continue. Sammy knows how to play those pocket eights with middle set. Takes practice flopping sets. The more you practice, the more sets you'll hit. It's a numbers game with sets. 700. Sammy's eights do not make any extra money.
Sorry, 50-50?
Yeah.
And Wang with the mini 3-bet, and Andy's going to continue with almost any two getting that price. Definitely Queen 10. It's not an amazing hand, but with that price, 250 more or 450 more to win a pot of 1,700 is a no-brainer. And Andy with an open end, Andy gets there. Andy with the nut straight. 27-25 in the middle. And Andy with, it looked like he grabbed two 1,000 chips. Pot size bet just about 25 into 27-25. Wang a little perplexed here. But just with bottom pair. Time chip extended. Wondering if Andy could have something like a bricked flush draw airball. Something like 9-10 of spades. 9-7 of spades. Not too many bluffs here. But what Andy has done is confused Wang with his polarized bet here to a nutted hand like Andy does have, or something with an absolute brick.
Pair good?
Huh?
Pair good?
Five players.
Five players?
Five.
Five-way action. And since these players haven't been doing much talking, that's why you hear a lot of my voice. Remember, my balanced strategy is going to come into place. When these players are not doing talking, I will do a lot of it. I do have usually a more laid-back approach here on Fridays, but today with these players not doing much talking, I will be in the mix.
You got it.
Quick shout outs. Sunny Yang 64, Alua Jabber, Good, Stonage, Laker Nation, Yamo. Who else deserves a shout out of the chat regs? And Too Deep LA is Carl, long-haired freak, still rocking with us here on this high stakes Friday.
50 more or that better?
Some more shout outs after this hand.
Thank you. 3 players.
Account's gonna raise it up. He does have Wang dominated, who limped the button. All players with.
4.
Brandon with the gut shot.
$11.
And Brandon with a raise, gonna rep a king here. And Brandon's aggression is gonna get the job done. Shout out to OG Grinder, Explosive, Lujan and Associates, the Index, DJ, Mallow D in the mix.
50-50? 50-50? Near the straddle. Yeah. 2 big blinds. Or no, never mind. No, she's not done. Take that back. You're the straddle. 50-50? Yeah. He came back in and fixed it. Yeah, it's good. Raise. 6.
A raise from Ju to 600. Ju is outside the box this hand. And Brandon's looks like he's going to punish here with ace king. Oh, that might have been a graphics error. It was a limp and Brandon punishing everyone to 600 with the ace king offsuit.
Yeah, no problem.
Variety.
Take it.
Straight now for Sammy, but there are 4 clubs on board, and Savage without a club as well. Savage, you bet her middle pair. Rivers trips, and it's going to go check, check, and Sammy's going to scoop this limp pot between the loosest positions, the third blind and the straddle.
Sammy, why did you check that? No, I'm kidding.
Wait, no. That's not right.
Yeah. There's something sticky over here.
Yeah, isn't it? No, he straddled last time.
Anyway, 10-7 off.
It's a magnet.
10-7 of clubs.
Oh, the collection in it.
Collection?
Yay, finally.
Oh,
Oh, it's a small one.
Yeah.
I'll still lose, but
Is that bad?
I get to.
3. Can you put that in, please?
What's up? Oh, 3 minutes. All right.
We are entering the bomb pot. $300 bomb pot times 8, 2,400 in the bomb pot. I believe Andy's won about 2 of them. The Counts won about 2 of them. We know Charlie won about 2 of them. Not sure who else has won some of these bomb pots. Bomb pots are a beautiful thing to add to the games. They create action. Some players get super out of line. Some players play very passive. They are very difficult to play. And the reason why they are awesome is because nobody knows how to play them. Nobody knows how to play 8-way pots with a bunch of money in the pot. So the strongest minds should prevail. The lucky player should prevail. And someone who missteps may get stacked. And Zhu here with top 2 pair. Wang with the flush draw. And we're off to the turn. Wang can turn some straight draws as well with a 5 or a 7. $5,800 in the pot, and Wang improves to a pair of 4s to go along with his flush draw. Let's see how much money Zhu is going to sprinkle in here. It's going to get quite spicy, I assume, because Zhu knows that he needs some protection and some value for this hand.
3,000.
And he's going to bet half the size of the pot, 3,000 to you, Wang. And I don't think Wang backs down here ever with the flush draw on a pair. And if the hands are face up, he's getting the right price with equity of 25%. 3,000 is about 25% of the pot. And I really like Juice sizing here. He doesn't put Wang on a strong hand. He puts him maybe here with like a weak king. Really wants to eke out that value. I think Ju has successfully pinpointed Wang on a weaker holding, like a one pairish. Hoping that Wang will get sticky and stubborn. We saw Wang fold his bottom pair earlier to Andy. And here he's gonna give up his second bottom pair, I guess. Fourth pair, if you want to be talking in technicalities here on High Stakes Friday, which most of y'all love. I feel like you guys nominate me to be the resident commentator here on Fridays because usually I mute myself and I let you guys listen to the table talk, and I know you guys love it, but today these players are making me earn every donation that you guys donate by making my brain think to the fullest and non-stop talking. I do enjoy both approaches. I enjoy the laid-back approach the most.
325.
But I do enjoy breaking down some poker hands as well, so you guys are in luck.
325.
I could balance it out for y'all. Top pair for the accountant, open-ended for Savage. Wang with bottom pair.
No, 550.
$550 to go. $27.50 in the pot, and everyone's going to carry on. Business as usual. Wang with the only player with a heart in his hand to make a backdoor flush. 3 is a brick. I mean, the 6-4 could get there, so it's I shouldn't say brick. If someone had a 6-4 straight draw, they got there. Wang gonna come along now. Still has a pair and a straight draw. Accountant with the best hand has to risk 1,200 to win the 51.50 that is in the middle. Accountant gives up the best hand. I feel like Accountant's reads have been pretty good today. Unfortunately for him that time. Very tough when it goes bet call, bet call on the turn with just top pair, bad kicker. I would have laid down his hand as well. He's going to be disappointed when he sees that Wang is going to win a pot of 51.50 with just a pair of 5s like a boss.
Nick, you're 100. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, look at that. Sliding. It's a whole mess.
I mean, it's something.
Yeah, thank you.
Try it. $300. $300.
Andy stacks poker versus Wang. And it looks like we have a 3-bet. No Wang? Let me see. Yeah, Wang with the 3-bet to 850. Smaller 3-bet. Last time Andy came along with the queen 10 off. Andy getting a good price is never going to back down with any 2 cards. I know Andy stacks poker, and Andy's going to lose some chips here. Trip aces for Wang. 2 pair for Andy stacks poker. That's Andy's Instagram. I like that nickname for Andy.
6.
Bet of 600 from Wang. Andy is going to lose at least 1 bet. He's seen Wang pretty out of line today in some spots. So I wonder if Wang gets another street of value from Andy.
$22.
2,200, and Andy snap mucks that. Andy said, I am not going to pay off a 2/3 sizing.
Take it.
And a good decision by Andy. I'll give you guys some shout outs in a minute. I need to recoup some of my energy that I've been spewing out to you guys.
Got me to fold the best hand on that last one. He won with a 5.
Oh, the stream is going up.
No, that's fine.
What's the delay like now?
2 hours.
2 hours.
No, I don't think they're streaming it today.
No, this one's a pre-record, I believe.
Yeah, this is like the baby highlighted game, so they.
It's like one of the.
Oh, so it's just a lot.
That's 300.
Did Accountant just say this is a baby high stakes game, a 25, 25, 50, 50, 100?
Like they can't have a game on a specific day, they stream this.
Are you kidding? A baby high stakes game with 250 in the middle? That seems... So back in my day, when I got into poker, the biggest game running on full tail poker was 200, 400 no limit. And this is not too far off with a 250 dead in the middle. That's like qualifies for almost 1-2 or 75, 150 then. This is not no baby high stakes game. This is the highest stakes game running in LA, the highest stakes game running probably in the country. So this is definitely not a baby stakes game, Mr. Accountant. But I know what he's saying because we run some huge games here on High Stakes Friday. So we've had some $1 million cash games. So straight draw for Sammy, who's going to bet it. Wang's going to come along with his 8 and backdoor draws. Brandon from the straddle is going to come along with his 9. And crazy that he has the best hand, but not equity-wise. Sammy has the best hand with the straight draw and backdoor flush draw equity-wise. And boom, Sammy smashes that for a near lock on this hand for 96% equity. And Wang can only chop with that 4% that you see on screen.
Good, not fall off there. Yeah, okay.
Bet of 1,500 from Sammy and both players. Let it go. All right, one more dose of shout-outs. And then maybe one after at the end of the show. But we'll run through some of y'all in the chat. Jeff Dime, Nick from Yuma, Jimmy Bluffit, and 2 Deep LA, Andrew in the mix. Who of the other chat regs do I see? Sandy Joy, the Endex, Olwa Jabber, Stonage, Jin Lee, Nicholas in the mix, Paul, Mingot, Calvin, Super Alvin TV, Jordan Hunt. Thank you guys. If you guys have any questions, drop them in the YouTube chat. Some limps and the accountant's going to bump it up to 600, and the accountant was hoping that these players would give up, but almost everyone comes along, and now there is 32-25 in the pot.
5 player.
And the accountant is going to rep the best hand here with range. And his big bet gets Sammy to fold a straight draw. Well done by the accountant to scoop the extra 26-25 in the pot. Or actually it was like 32, but 26-25 profit. The accountant definitely creating his own luck today. And I just recognized that Savage, her character that's sitting on her lap, that's probably helping her coach right there, is wearing a Louis Vuitton outfit. How baller is that?
Savage, you're 100.
Let's get these likes and subs up, please. We got to get to 200,000 sooner. I just want to like hit the gas pedal to 200K. So the more of you guys that hit the like and the sub button, the better for our YouTube algorithm. We'll keep, I promise you, our content is just going to get more amazing. So please hit the subscribe button. Andy with Ace King suited.
No, there's nowhere to plug it in right here. You took the button in. Okay.
Yeah. Please. You have another time clock? Is there another time clock? Yeah, because that one's on battery, low battery. It says 10%. No, we have 2, right? No, we have the plus thing.
Oh, this is not working.
We only have 1?
It'll make it through the stream at least, and then it's for the charger.
Oh, I thought we had 2.
Maybe explain why this one's adding time different. Normally when you add time, it adds minutes. This one for some reason is doing 30 seconds, so I'm having to hit it while switching. It's weird.
Yeah.
50-50. We push it in. 450.
Raised to 450 from my guy, the accountant. The accountant, let's see if he can get another pot. Change luck. And Wang with the flush here after this flop goes check through. And Wang's gonna bet 800. The accountant's gonna call the 800 with the turn pair, hoping that Wang is out of line. Since Wang did win with that 5 earlier, he's hoping that Wang can have a 4. Oh, and that's such a brutal card for the accountant who has not been running good. River's the trip 7s. It's almost like he knows, like, did you see his facial reaction? He does not like this. And he's probably gonna, once Wang checks, he's gonna put in a value bet. 1/3 sizing, Wang with the 10 high flush. And
3,000.
And Wang's gonna go for the check raise to 3,000. And that's just running bad right there, to make a light call on the turn and then to smash trips when your opponent has a flush already. And the accountant's gonna pay and see the bad news.
Flush. Take it.
I hope we got about a half an hour left to rock here on High Stakes Friday. Let's see if we can get the accountant to get some hands going in the right direction.
100. Raise. 400. Big player. $525.
Brandon gonna bet 575. Gonna get Savage and the Count to come along. The Count does have a gut shot and does not have a good shot. He has top pair. Wake up, Commentator. The Count now with the flush draw. Brandon's gonna check this one through once it goes call on the flop and turn, and the accountant with the flush. Unfortunately for him, these players don't have much.
2,000.
The count's gonna bet 2,000, hoping his hand looks like a bricked out flush draw. Brandon is thinking, is the accountant steamed? Can he potentially be bluffing here with something like 8-9? And he does throw in a time chip. Brandon does have the ace of hearts in his hand, so it's less likely that an accountant is bluffing with a bricked out nut flush draw at least. But would the accountant be bluffing here with something like Jack 8 of hearts, Jack 9 of hearts? And Brandon's gonna pay it off. The accountant polarized his bet and gets Brandon to pay off the $2,000.
I figure 10-6 is a good hand.
As I said once before, one of my favorite EDM songs is by Diplo Revolution. One of his lyrics says, "It's never too late to change your luck."
There you go.
And let's see if the accountant can change his luck in this last half an hour.
Perfect.
Good bet by the accountant. Knew his image, knew that he can get away with the polarized bet.
$300. Heads up.
Charlie Womath.
Nick, it's your turn.
Somebody's arguing in the background. I do not know who that is.
$300.
And he finally got 2 cards anyway.
Finally got 2 cards. They match.
This guy hasn't seen 2 cards he doesn't like.
Heads up.
The accountant with 2 pair. Like I said, never too late to change your luck. Andy with a gut shot. Backdoor flush draw. Gonna take the aggressive line. Now a flush draw for Andy. And Andy's gonna continue. He's going to bet about the size of the pot. And he does bet the size of the pot. 25% equity for Andy. He needs a diamond or a 4. Bricks out. Accountant checks. Andy has not triple barreled off yet today. And Andy is going to go for liftoff with a overbet sizing. Andy is going to rep range here. He's going to say he has ace queen, ace jack, pocket aces, pocket jacks, a river straight, 9-10. He's gonna bet over the size of the pot, 5,600. I don't see how the accountant, although it looks very strong, the accountant did not come here to fold, and the accountant's gonna make the call for a $15,750 pot. And just like that, the accountant is changing his luck. Well done, Nikolai.
I'm like, I won't respect myself if I don't fold.
Give it to me if you wanna go there.
基本上要是一个字儿打掉了，
I won't respect myself in the morning if I don't call you. Respect is all you
Cumulative winnings. Ju, the big winner of $29,000. Charlie up 5,000, and the rest of the crew at this table is stuck. Brandon down almost 4,000. Savage down 44. Sammy down 5,000. Andy, after that bluff, is now in the negative, down 5,500. Wang down 6,300. The accountant, the big spender, but has changed it around. He was down almost 18 less than 20 minutes ago. So let's keep going, the accountant. Unfortunately, we only got like 25 minutes left. I would like to have like a 15-hour stream. I guarantee the accountant would get unstuck and probably take souls. But let's see, he can still do it though. I got faith in the accountant. Here are the chip counts. Andy with the big stack here, but Ju right behind. And if it sounds like I'm pumped, it's because I am pumped.
Shut.
And this was a bomb pot.
Serious?
Charlie's done pretty good in bomb pots today.
How many plasmas are here?
You got kings full of deuces, huh?
Charlie with the best hand, but he has to fade a lot of aggression. And look at Ju go. Ju is playing up his winning image. He's been running good on the show. He's been playing good, and he's going to take a big bite. And Ju is a smart player. He's going to keep running up his winning image here. And the accountant is going to call with 2 8s.
Check.
If Chu checks his hand, the accountant can potentially win the $7,200 pot, and the accountant is now only down something like $4,000.
My number every day.
And this is how you spin back your stack. You don't give up, you keep fighting.
I remember what the board was. You win both.
Oh. That's for you. And then what do I owe for this?
137.
The accountant looking over the spreadsheets, checking it off, tallying, looking for every nook and cranny to put those deductions in, carry over whatever the accountants do, and he's looking to get back in the green. Well done by Nikolai.
This guy's been taking my money all night.
He looked at Ju and said, this man's been taking my money a lot. That's why the accountant's ready to fight. He is ready to fight and put his chips in the middle as weapons. He is not afraid. He knows that these chips are just plastic.
400.
They do not turn into money till you cash them out. So if you want to play weaponry, let's play.
I'm not going anywhere.
1100.
Look who woke up.
Charlie versus Sammy. In these situations with players with the best hand or the same hand, I'm getting tired. We're almost 5 hours in with the best hand.
700.
Same hand. I'm confused. Usually I say the strongest man will survive, and Charlie with a mini C bet here. Or graphic says 300. It's actually 700. So it's about a third sizing. Whoa, and look at Sammy go here, and Charlie with ace of diamonds. He's gonna regret putting in that bet because he knows he could have made the nut flush, and this aggression is tough. Charlie has not given up just yet, though. And Charlie does give it up. Sorry guys for that commentary malfunction. I went from being all hyped back here because the accountant is almost unstuck to spilling some waters mid-hand to fumbling through the hand. But I know you guys got my support back here and you guys got my back. So much appreciated y'all having my back and tuning in every Friday. Much love to you guys. I am JJ De La Garza. I go by JJ4D Poker on all my social media platforms. People ask all the time how tiring is commentating, or I would say it's like 2.5 to 3x playing poker. So a 5-hour stream back here is probably about 12.5 to 15 hours of playing poker. That's how tiring it can get. Also, I use this as my fun time, my study time. I love being back here with y'all. So thank you guys. I hope you guys are entertained. I try to carry on a balanced strategy back here and let you guys enjoy the table talk. I did a ton of talking this week, or this Friday, because these players, they've done no talking, which has tired me out even more so. So once again, Wang in C1, the account in C2, who was down about 20,000, is probably stuck around 4, never gave up. Ju in seat number 3, who's a big winner, up something like 30,000. Brandon Estrada in seat number 4. College pole vaulter, musician, jazz singer. Andy in seat number 6, back from Taiwan. Seat number 7, Savage, live at the bike debut. Hopefully we get to see more of her. Seat number 8, Sammy. Nut flush draw for Sammy. The accountant's gonna take a bite. Repping some range here with pocket kings and 10s. Seat number 9, Charlie Wilmoth.
900.
Commentator on the show.
900.
High stakes debut, winning as well. Check raise from Sammy with that ace of diamonds. Very important card. Only he could have the nut flush. Wow. The accountant made a light call on that flop with just the 6 of diamonds. He did have a gut shot. And the accountant is thinking this one over. And the old homage, think long, think wrong, and hopefully the accountant can give this one up. Did turn a pair. And I've totally butchered this hand. And you guys are like, what the heck is this commentator talking about? Because he still has the best hand. Well, the accountant's going to make this call. So let's pretend I didn't say anything from on the flop because I messed up the flop until this turn. Okay, you guys, let's pretend the commentator did not say a word because he's tired. And let's just get to this river. The accountant makes a beastly call. Almost $7,000 in the pot. And Sammy went for a check raise and a bet.
The bluff of the century, huh?
And the accountant is spot on. He says this is the bluff of the century. Sammy bets 6,300. The accountant with a check mark with just a 6.
Got it.
2 pair. So once again, guys, remember what I just said. I torched that hand, straight up. So let's pretend I didn't commentate the flop or the turn. Let's just skip to the river, hit the fast forward button. Show me some empathy there, because I am dead tired of 5 hours of talking.
Flush good.
Thank you ahead of time. Put a 1 in the chat if you forgive me. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't forgive me. I hope there's a bunch of 1s. I'm not even going to look because I don't want you guys to break my heart. But I'm sure there's going to be more 1s, and you guys are going to forgive me. And I'm going to try to do better this next hand. Always trying to improve here. But Sammy did get away with that one with just the ace of diamonds in his hand.
Filled up on the river.
That's 107.
$425 in the pot. A monotone flop again. Savage with the ace of hearts and a gut shot. Wang's gonna bet. Pretty cool to see the accountant and Wang stuck both big and almost get out of the hole. Savage now with the nut flush, and she's gonna bet 1,000. I love when players don't give up hope. Keep trucking on and try to get even. We got a few more hands in the pocket here. Make sure you guys put a bunch of 1s in the chat. Okay, you forgive this commentator for butchering that hand. Charlie with the big ISO after Sammy limps in, makes it 500 with ace king. Takes it down.
300.
Brandon gonna open it up from the hijack with Queen Jack suited. Another monotone heart board.
300.
And Savage with the flop flush. Then the accountant's gonna bet his bottom pair. He's drawing at 2%, which means he needs runner. He needs deuce or deuce 8. Bet of 1,000. Count checking to see if he has a hard. Lets it go.
Andy didn't record.
Oh, sorry.
$500. That's 4 more. Heads up.
And Savage picking up a hot streak here. He's gonna take down another one.
Key to the random.
Oh, thanks. $300.
Right. 14.
And Brandon gonna squeeze this one up with King, Queen of Hearts.
We're gonna have one more hand. This is gonna be the last hand of the stream.
You guys want to do bump pot for last hand? Yes, no? Hey, table. You guys want to do bump pot last hand of the...
We.
Yes, no? Bump pot? Okay, 300 bucks. So bump pot last hand.
Keep playing it.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm gonna still be sitting here. So
Why don't we just play regular and keep playing for like another couple hours,
Okay,
We're
you
debating
wanna do
the last hand if we want to do a bomb pot or play regular. I know what you guys want in the chat. You really want a bomb pot. You want to see some blood on the table. And we are going to go bomb pot. The accountant, who is the table captain here, gets to call the shots, and I agree with that.
I wasn't angry.
He's been pushing some action.
Obviously
He
not.
gets to decide when the bomb pots happen. 2,400 in the pot. No pre-flop action. We're going to take action at the flop. This will be the last hand. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys next Friday. I hope you guys enjoyed my commentary and my balanced approach and my laid-back approach. Sorry for butchering that hand like 20 minutes ago. Rookie mistake. Too bad this wasn't televised, like taped, so I can edit that. We can all forget about that. Charlie with another bomb pot run good. Trip tens.
Look at that, Andy. Oh no, you got a caller. Whoops, whoops.
Andy with the queen deuce getting out of line with the bomb pot and now turns a queen. Tens with a very bad kicker. And let's see what sizing. Charlie's going to go for a thin, not a thin, a small sizing. And a snap fold by Andy once he catches up. So well done by Andy Stacks Poker. I'm going to read you guys the scoreboard. It was a pleasure being in the booth with you guys this Friday. Once again, if you love Live at the Bike, please hit the subscribe button and the like button. Those are the chip counts. Here are the V-pips. Savage and the accountant with the highest V-pips. No shocker there. They did play a lot of hands.
Can we kill the light though?
And here's the cumulative winnings. Ju up 27,000, Charlie up 5,400, and the rest of the crew in the negative. Sammy losing 1750, Savage down 2350, Brandon down 3650, and I didn't catch the rest, but the accountant, the big spender this evening. You guys saw 142 high stakes poker hands, and we will see you guys back Tuesday for the 5-5-50 game, and next Wednesday and next Thursday, and then the following Friday, I will be back in the mix, most likely with Nicole Jurgens. Shout out to our team back here, Brian Arakaki, Wayne, myself, JJ De La Garza, Alex Lee, and Evelyn. Peace and love, y'all. You guys have a great, safe weekend.